from NITs, from state universities, and also some administrative staff from private institutions. So all of them will sit together. Okay, and also industries from different industries. Okay, not one type of industry, different types of industries. So they can explore. Okay, and they can also talk about the opportunities in various branches of mechanical and civil engineering. Okay, so in this context, we have circulated one registration, and also it is interesting that some of the participants they have specified some kind of they want some answers. Okay, they also posted some questions. So we have a panel session also in the afternoon from 2 to 4. So where we can answer these kind of questions, or at least we can discuss on these issues in the afternoon between 2 and 4, 2 to 4. But before all of that, I first want to thank all the dignitaries and all the eminent people which who are very busy in their career. They are here to spend some time voluntarily to contribute for this good cause. Okay, so now finally, also want to thank all the participants who are joining here, and they also want to learn something and also contribute to this noble cause. Okay, so without any delay, I just want to will start the program. But anyway, it is also streaming live on YouTube. So if people are missing, maybe some of them they are watching from the YouTube. Okay, so they can also later watch. So without any delay, because others also have work, so we'll start without any delay. And the first speaker, let me introduce him. Actually, he is another main contributor, I can say, because uh, uh, I mean, Professor Venugopal, he is today is a little busy, so he may be joining later. Dr. Vishwanath from IIT Hyderabad, so he is another person like. We are very much working, together for other technical issues also. So when I told this point, so he was also very excited, and he said that we have to do this and we have to create awareness, and we should also talk about the various opportunities in mechanical and civil engineering branches, because without mechanical and civil engineering nothing will exist, right? So that is the reason. And so I anyway, I am very thankful to him for being here and to give his valuable talk. So now Dr. Vishnath, so you can start. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks to all the organizers. Myself, Vishwanath. So I'm a faculty at Mechanical and Aerospace from IIT Hyderabad. I really have to appreciate Professor Srikanth. He's one of my good friends, and we have been working together for a while. And when he initiated this thing, I was telling that this was the need of the hour. So I'm glad that with the help of all the team, you made this outreach program. First, I should kind of appreciate you for these efforts, taking it as a social responsibility. With that, let me just tell me few things about this core engineering sectors. It's fortunate that I started my engineering as a civil, and then I went into aerospace and into mechanical engineering. So with this, I can take little bit privilege and talk about all the core engineering sectors. Now, going back, we'll start with an international scenario, right? UNICEF of late, in one of their documents they have published, that about the engineering sectors, its opportunities and other things, that this core engineering branches such as civil, mechanical, chemical and other things have been not properly introduced to the community. That is the major problem, and the efforts made by the Professor Srikanth and his team is to address this thing. So I really appreciate again Professor Srikanth for taking such an initiative. And this is not only you, the international community also thinks about the same. Now with this, let me talk about what is civil and mechanical engineers and why it is important. Maybe other speakers will give their own perspective. Coming back to the civil engineering, it is mostly public driven, right? For example, you deal with the transportation, you deal with the water resources, You deal with the environmental studies, you deal with the infrastructure, right? And all are major part of any sector, right? Coming back from, I mean, to either it may be a industry in electronic packaging or a mechanical engineering or a normal household who requires all these amenities. So it connects people everywhere all together. That is the reason civil is one of the oldest department. However, people think that this is the same thing from age old, which is not true. There are certain experts in civil who may kind of put emphasis that this profession in civil engineering has evolved significantly. There were rapid changes, especially in the technology. I will give you only one or two tenets for it. The type of cement is very high grade. The type of steel what you are using compared to last 100 years, it is much more. So you can make skyscrapers with lightweight and high strength. All those things is possible because of significant uh, technological improvement. This is one side. I will not dwell more into it because I have limited time. I need to cover about other things. So the next one is mechanical engineering. Mechanical engineering is also one of the public related things, but not directly, but in an indirect sense. It is also one of the oldest, but it is much more diverse in terms of design, production, tools, all these things that are required for day to day usages, right? So this all these two things gives you a brief perspective about what is a mechanical engineering. But I would request Professor Srikanth, you give a detailed introduction maybe in subsequent outreach programs with the latest technologies on both what is a civil engineering, mechanical, and other things. Now, coming back to certain opportunities, careers, and other things in core engineering, before I do that, I wanted to emphasize certain things. For example, if you look at what are the sectors that would require civil and mechanical kind of a core engineering is, which is power, which requires both civil engineers, mechanical engineers, and electrical engineers, infrastructure, defense, mining, oil, automobile industry, next core manufacturing sectors. So these are the things which heavily recruit both civil, mechanical, chemical, production, and other kind of core engineering sectors. I just want to give you a recent metrics. In Indian budget 2023 and 24, Indian government has set aside 10 lakh crores for the infrastructure capacity building, which is targeted towards all these sectors. This is 25% increase compared to the previous year's budget, which was 7.5 lakh crores in 2022 and 2023. Now, that is not only the thing how government is helping. Government is helping these engineering sectors in many possible ways. One is by allowing FDI, foreign direct investments, so that the big companies can come here, invest, and try to help our economy in par with the global economy. With respect to this, uh, the total engineering sector compared to other industries has a percentage of 27 percentage, and among this the foreign investment was 63. So not only this initiative, Indian government has also come up with one of the biggest and most relevant for this sector is Make in India. The target for this Make in India program is to help these engineering sectors. But I would say, unfortunately, the outreach for this to the general public and the aspirants of core engineering was not properly given. But let me just do my role into it. The target for Make in India program is to increase overall GDP, which was at 15%, to push it towards higher than the 25% of the GDP. And I'm giving an oldest metric in 2022, The technical startups that arose from these things is around 12,000. So this Make in India program is not just to kind of capacity building, but it want to bring the entrepreneurs or MSMEs from the general public. So this will not only just give jobs and increase the economy, but it will create more jobs. Startups are the ways to create more jobs, and it would kind of distribute the economy also. So let me break down the kind of uh, the jobs that has been created based on these things are in the transportation and its equipment. It was like 12%. Science and research and development, it was 7%. Machinery was 13%. Computer and electronics hardware development is 7%. Civil, architectural, and allied was 22%. So there was huge help from this, which was not apparent for general public. So just wanted to put this metrics in this place so that all of you will know that this was a kind of a support that was already been there from the government, but it has been not been aware. So with this, I just want to emphasize a few things. This coming from what is their global scenario and then followed by Indian scenario. Now, I would like to give my own perspective because I have covered over two different things. As myself an engineer, I would like to say few things that I think about these core engineering departments. First one is any core mechanical engineer who has been working in this area would become an asset to his or her organization over a period of 5 years. So you cannot be easily laid off or fired because you build a lot of experience that would directly translate to a value to the system or an organization. However, if you compare to circuit kind of a branches, I have no disregard towards that. But I would like to say that you have to be constantly evolving. If you are not constantly evolving, then you are at kind of a stake. However, in the core engineering problem area, it is the other way around. So first and foremost thing one should look about what is your value in the system where you are going into it. So to that, my answer is the core engineering sectors will give you a value increase or a growth year and year after you put in your experience into the system. Now, the second thing is I know most of the parents and the students would be asking is about what are the pay kind of a parity, right? Now, to that, I would like to give my own perspective. Right? When I was looking for a job after my master's, I don't want to name both the companies. I got two offers. One, both are fortunately in a core sector. One is an infrastructure building things, which was around maybe it is in 2005. It was around a kind of 3 to 4 lakhs kind of a package in between. Whereas the other one, which is a global MNC, which was giving 1.5 times of it, which is around close to 4.5 to 5 kind of a thing. Now, whereas at the same time, my counterparts who were there in other circuit branches were having a 2x compared to what I've been having. Right? So I think the same situation prevails even now, or maybe little bit higher in the proportion, maybe 2x or 3x time of the core you would get. But I have seen anyway. After a year, I left my job for my higher educations, and then I ended up here. But I have my friends who are still there, continuing with the previous organizations. I see that their pay is almost equivalent to any person who are in non-core sector, right? So that makes it that these over a period of time you would be kind of getting the similar kind of pay, but your value, right, value would be increasing to your base organization. That being said, let me tell you why this difference is there. It's my perspective. I will give it. Is if you look at an infrastructure or a mechanical building industry, it has to put in a lot of capital investment to build the infra, right? For example, if it's there is a power plant or a industry with some kind of a machinery, you need to invest huge part of initial investment on that, and then augment it with uh, proper manpower initially. So the best suitable thing is that they have to invest more on the capital, and the manpower initially they'll put less, but over a period of time they would catch up with the manpower. However, in non-circuit branches, their capital investment in terms of an infra would be very less, if not more, compared to the core big machineries and other kind of stuff. So what they would end up is they'll spend more on the manpower, because their manpower itself is their kind of an infra which is required. So that's the reason you'll see that the base packages for an fresher in a non-circuit, non-core branch is much higher than the core branch. But I would suggest that if you are sticking to one company or one sector for more than 3 years, you would see the differences and you will catch up with them within 5 years of time. So these are the three perspectives which I thought I should share with all of things. One is the international thing. In the international community also, there it's been discussed that there is a need to kind of introduce properly what does the civil and mechanical engineering does, what are the our government initiatives to kind of help the core engineering sectors. That's what second I've covered. And third, I covered about my own personal kind of views on this engineering. So with this, I would thank Professor Srikanth and his team for giving me an opportunity. If you have questions, I will take one or two questions in view of time.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Vishwanath. So what I am suggesting is I am asking the participants to put the questions in the chat box so that we have an afternoon session so that we can clear the doubts there. And also, if any questions are there, even the speakers can also talk about it right now.
Sure, we can even take the questions in the panel discussion.
Yeah. So due to lack of time, so let us. I think we can go forward with the next presentation.
Sure. Then, like, I will finally thank
Anyway,
NIT Panda.
during registration process also we have received a set of questions. Okay, I was not able to share you. Maybe
Okay.
by afternoon I will share those questions also. Before, I
Sure.
mean, after within 10-15 minutes to all
Sure.
the speakers. Okay,
Yeah.
so that we can also have some discussion. Whoever is free, you can also join in the panel discussion from 2 to 4, so that
Sure.
we can come up with some summary and some action points, for further.
Sure.
Okay. Dr. Krishna, thank you for sparing your time and giving valuable speech. Okay, thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
So now I will invite the next speaker, uh, Dr. Ramji. I think he will join very soon. Maybe Dr. Gopal Raju, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, but I have a little problem with my video. So
Okay,
if
it's no
audio
problem.
is okay, I'll go ahead.
No problem, no problem. Okay, I think you can start. Okay, Dr. Gopal Raju, right now he's working as a professor in RGU KT Nujibid. Okay, so now I invite him to give a speech on this particular topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srikanth. Good morning, all of you. This is Dr. Gopala Raju, presently working as a professor in the Department of Civil Engineering. And our university name is Rajiv Gandhi University of Knowledge Technologies, popularly known as AP-IIITs. I'm working in Nuzvid campus. And first of all, I should appreciate the organizers for planning such an important event to bring both academia and also industry experts on a single platform to discuss the need of the hour. And Dr. Vishwanath from IIT Hyderabad has covered most of the important points of the topic. And very much thanks for that. And let me give a brief introduction about our university because it is unique of its kind. And RGUKT AP was established in the year 2008 as a state university with its 3 campuses located at Basara, Ripulpaya, and Nuzweed. In 2016, we have added 2 more campuses, one at Srikakulam and one at Ongole. Right now, we have 4 campuses. And the uniqueness of this university is we offer a 6-year integrated program. And we admit students after their 10th class as per their merit in the 10th class examination. And we do not conduct any entrance examination for our admission. And we take 1,000 students per campus, and we have 4 campuses right now, and we admit annually 4,000 students in our campuses. And the students who are admitted in RJKT will study 2 years of their pre-university course. It is called PUC, and which is equivalent to intermediate program. And after that, they'll study 4 years of their BTech program in 7 engineering disciplines. And we have 7 engineering disciplines, which include computer science, ECE, EEE, civil, mechanical, chemical, and metallurgy. And we'll allocate engineering branches to the students after their 2 years of their PUC program as per the merit obtained in PUC, following rule of reservation of the state government. And ours is ICT-based education model, and to encourage learning by doing method. And each student is provided with a laptop and other student amenities like uniforms, shoes, blankets, etc. The entire burden will be on the state government part. And right now they're supporting well to the university. And we have also a 2 years long-term internship kind of a thing for our students for the 3rd year and final years. And all the programs are completely residential. And we have more number of girl students than boys, and about 65% are girl students. And we have also MTech and PhD programs in some of the engineering disciplines. Unfortunately, the admissions for MTech and PhD programs are very poor. And similarly, the situation for other state universities in the state of Andhra Pradesh, students are not showing any interest for their higher education even after graduation. Most of them are getting jobs. If not core jobs, mostly the jobs are related to IT. And we don't have any problem as far as BTech admissions are concerned because we admit students for PUC program, and same students will be allotted their UG programs. Normally, we receive about 50,000 online applications every year for 4,000 seats available. But the main problem what we face is at the time of branch allocation. And we conduct 1 week orientation and or awareness program to all the PUC completed students on each of the engineering disciplines by the senior faculty mostly about that particular department. The senior faculty will explain various aspects, including the importance of that core branch or circuit branch, its higher educational opportunities, placement opportunities, startup and entrepreneurial aspects, research prospects, etc. Even after these efforts, 90% of them are interested only in computer science, but not even ECE and EEE, which are also treated as a circuit branches. Very few are interested in civil, mechanical, even chemical and MME. As we have an exit option after PUC program, some of the students wish to exit their study in RJKT and they wanted to join elsewhere, again in CSE branch. And we have been observing this bad trend for the past 3 to 4 years. And before that, students used to take ECE, EEE, civil, and other core branches, mechanical. Now there is a big challenge before all of us to protect these core engineering branches, as they are very much important for the infrastructure development of the country. And some of the important points, what I thought to improve the intake in core engineering branches are, and we must create awareness among the students and parents about the prospects of these core engineering branches. And we should also have a flexibility in the academic programs, including offering minors and honors, and most of the universities are also doing this. And we need to update our regular curriculum regularly, and also syllabi as frequently as possible to meet the industry requirements. And we must also include the skill development related courses in our curriculum. And we must have an internship, if not for 1 year or 2 years, but at least for 6 months industry internship should be mandatory. And we should also encourage students with multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary projects and also mini projects. and to conduct such awareness programs and to understand the people about the opportunities in civil, mechanical, triple E, that there are many placement opportunities even in UPSCs, central and state government sectors, and public sector units as well. And it is the responsibility of all of us to protect these core engineering branches and see that the intake strength in these core engineering branches would improve in coming days. And I conclude with this, and I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my views on this occasion. I'll also join in the evening for any discussion on this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gopal Raju. Thank you very much for your input. Okay, please join for the panel discussion so participants may ask a lot of questions. Okay, so we can answer, and also we all can sit together and find out a policy. Okay, so we have to talk about like what is the importance of civil and mechanical engineering to outsiders, because without that we cannot survive. Okay, thank you very much. Now I will invite Professor Ramji from Andhra University. Uh, he's also a previous vice chancellor from Ambedkar University, Srikakulam. Now, with this brief introduction, I will invite him to show some light on this particular topic. Thank you.
Respected resource persons today and the organizers of NIT Warangal for organizing such a wonderful program, which is needed at the present circumstances. And mainly the beneficiaries are those who are participating from different institutions, parents, and their parents and students. Welcome to this particular event conducting by NIT Warangal, that is smart career planning and opportunities in core engineering branches. There is one day webinar they are organizing on this particular Saturday, because most of you are free time. Most of you can allocate time on Saturdays for this particular event. Nicely selected, and I'm congratulating the NIT Warangal as well as NSRIT in collaboration, in association with them. This particular event is organizing. See, in my opinion, the core branches are one way people are saying it is neglected. Not like that. Now you see the industry scenario. Industry 1.0, mostly the steam engines. Industry 2.0, the electrical power. Industry 3.0, there is a lot of automation, robotics, and computers came to the picture. A lot of changes. Now, Industry 4.0, sky is the limit. Anybody can do anything with the emerging technologies. Whether it can be artificial intelligence, neural networks, or cyber security, or data analytics, big data. But here the point is, core engineering people also has to realize that we have to imbibe those technologies in our system. Basically, it is not neglected. The faculty and students should solve the society facing problem, industry facing problems with automation by using these tools. Then the sustainability is not a problem. These programs, still we at the curriculum update with these. We have majors and minors. We have academic bank of credits. They can do courses in other universities online. A lot of flexibility is given thanks to National Education Policy 2020. A lot of initiatives are coming. But my advice to the stakeholders is, these branches are, see, one can do computer science, but he cannot convert to the other branches. But the other branch students, whether you are a civil or a mechanical or electrical or electronics or geoengineering or naval architecture, marine or chemical or instrumentation, any student of any branch can convert easily to the computer. That is the need at present society. Because nowadays coding and no coding, mostly we are using this artificial intelligence and machine learning. From the text, no code, they are generating images, different beautiful images. That is the future technologies. That's why that we have to imbibe into the concerned systems. If it is a civil, you have to incorporate in the civil system, because mechanical systems. Once we can dynamically updating our curriculum, these are not the issues. Student will automatically will come. These are evergreen branches. There is no doubt about that. But student also will join. That is not a problem. But another issue is those who are going to join in this particular any of the core branches, you should have the technical domain of knowledge that is mandatory related to a particular branch, the basic fundamentals, and whatever even you have studied up to intermediate also, all skills. With that skill set, one thing is required. Second is mathematical skills, whatever you are acquiring, how to use that in the solving problems of faced by the industry and society. Third is computational programming skills. No one can escape from this. It is very important and it is mandatory also. Computational skills and programming skills. Then another important one is the statistical skills. Nowadays, there is a big data analytics, because whenever you are doing any activity, a lot of data is generating. How to analyze the data is very, very important. Then 21st century skills, other than technical, we have to get other skill set during your 4 years of course. Then last one is how you are solving society facing problems, industry facing problems, in addition to the common sense. See, one can familiar with these things. Any branch is not a problem, but core branch is more appropriate than the other branches if you have these skills. Then another advantage for automation, all of the student, automation, lot of jobs are decreasing because of involvement of manpower is reducing. That's what I said. Sky is a limit. Those who are using technology, without technology, now there is no question of running the system. And in India, one of the major advantages is the demographic dividend. A lot of youngsters are there compared with some of the other countries like New Zealand, Australia, Japan. If you take a lot of old age people, they have to depend upon others. That is one advantage. The jobs are decreasing, no doubt, but Indian people are having a lot of hard work, a lot of mathematical skill, program skill, committed, integrating. By taking all these issues, the entire world people are liking. So that's why we can do work from home, or you can work from India, or work from any place wherever you are there, and solve the problems. And only another important point is your marks, your skill set. These all are the 50%. With this skill set, the important points are, whatever may be the branch, how to convert, how to solve the society problems, which I already mentioned. Once again, I am mentioning third time. That's very, very important, because when I am the Vice Chancellor at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Visakhapatnam, Saturday, like today, all faculty, students, and non-teaching, they have to go to villages. In coordinate, they are forming some ecosystem like state government, the government officials, central government officials, NGOs, this Lions Club, Rotary clubs, medical camps, together form a ecosystem. They will identify the village. They will do SWOT analysis, what they require, what are the strengths, weakness, opportunity, challenges. Based on that analysis, they will make a strategic plan. Then what are the short-term goals required for that village? Finally, the people has to benefit. You have to solve the society problem, because we are all students and faculty. You have to understand, we are getting money, is a public money. Whether you are a scholarship or salaries, we have to serve the society. So this is the opportunity. We have to make it. And your career, you have to build up in any branch. These are the branches we can do all these things. They will go to villages, solve the society problem. They can publish articles, then publish in different YouTubes. They can earn money while study. They can earn money also. So these are some of the initiatives. If you the remaining 50%, if you participate, the branch is not the criteria. Now the last year, I will give example of Andhra University College of Engineering. Our passed out students are 1,500, and on average, all UG, PG, and PhD. But we got around 1400 jobs with reputations are there. One may get then like that 11 1200 in between they got the placement. But here what is the point which I want to mention is, out of 1200, 90 lakhs is a maximum package, and that too 80% jobs this year is a core jobs our people will get. The software part only 20% people are there. So that's why in core branches, we will do software as well as hardware part and related to concern technical domain. That is the beauty of these branches. The stakeholders, I'm mainly suggesting that better to do core discipline and do majors and minors with computers. We cannot, I can't say that the computer is not there. That is what I'm mentioning. Automation, those skills are required. Programming skills are required. And to do that, you need computer knowledge, software knowledge mainly. See, if you combine both, definitely your future is will go another 60 years. You will enjoy if you plan properly in core discipline. Thanks for giving this wonderful opportunity by NIT, especially Dr. Korla Srikanth, Professor of NIT Warangal Department of Mechanical Engineering, and other team, entire team. I'm once again congratulating organizing such a wonderful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ramji, and also I'm very happy to hear you that the core branch placements are more than software branches. And another advantage is core branch people can go to software. Software people cannot come back to core. So and even in recent interviews in our self-finance PG courses, we have seen that some of the people who are working in software, Infosys and other companies, they have come for self-finance DAMTech courses because they are not having interest in that. Okay. So it is anyway. Thank you very much for your very nice talk and experienced talk, sir. Okay, so I will talk to you later.
Thank you.
Very much. Now I invite the next speaker, Dr. Preeta Chatterjee from IIT Hyderabad. She is a professor in civil engineering. Yeah, madam, are you available, madam?
Yes.
Yeah, thank
you. Thank you, Professor Srikanth. Thank you for inviting me, and it's a nice gathering. And thanks to the organizing team of NIT Warangal for organizing this. And as everyone has been telling that this type of meeting where we can discuss about the strengths of core engineering is the need of the hour. But I would rather say that it's not just need of the hour. It's an age-old question. I can give my example. So when I joined my BTech, it was 2006. I graduated in 2010. When I joined, even I faced the question where people asked me, why civil engineering? At that point of time, I didn't have answer. Why civil engineering? I didn't know at 2006. But thanks to my teachers, thanks to my professors, later on my experience with civil engineering, I could give an answer. If I may, I would like to share a small presentation.
Yes, madam, you can share it. No problem. Yeah.
Let me know if it is visible.
Yeah, it is visible, madam. You can start.
Okay. Yeah. So Professor Vishwa and Professor Ramji also. Professor Vishwa gave a very nice overview about core engineering. Then Professor Ramji spoke about what are the skills that you should develop. That's very true. What I would like to say, I would like to emphasize on what they said. So let us go back. What does an engineer do? What is technology? If you think about it, if you want to define technology makes our life comfortable in whatever way it may be. For example, this webinar, how is it comfortable? Well, it's a weekend, Saturday morning. I'm sitting at my home and I'm talking. All of you are sitting at either your workplace or your home and you are listening to this. So technology made this possible, right? Technology is making our life constantly comfortable. And what does engineers do? Engineers use the principles of science to make this technology available to all common people. Now, when we understand engineering, we understand that though we call the engineering branches, we give them separate names. Yes, they are different. But if you look at it, they are a lot interconnected. How civil engineering groups with mechanical, how they group with computer science, how electrical engineering goes to manufacturing engineering, how electrical and mechanical engineering come together, all of these things. So they all come together. But as even Professor Vishwa said, that what civil engineers do is they mostly deal with public utilities. So when I was doing my BTech, we used to say, if you live in it, you work on it, or you walk on it, a civil engineer has a hand in it. So think about it. You live in your house, a civil engineer builds it. You walk on it, the roads, a civil engineer built it. You work in it in your office, a civil engineer built it. The water that you are getting, a civil engineer has a hand in it. The wastewater that is being treated, a civil engineer has done it. So somewhere the entire public utility system is being run by civil engineers. But that's a age-old story. What happened later on? I'll come to that. Just to emphasize what Professor Ramji has been telling, that when we are talking, the main question that we have is what happens to our career? How do we get a job? That's the major question when it comes to core engineering, right? So what I would suggest to the students whosoever are present here, the first thing that we have to do is we have to do a self-assessment. We have to understand what are our strengths. The strength can be anything. The strength can be solving practical problems in very less amount of time. The strength can be I'm good with mathematics. The strength can be I have very good soft skills where I'm good in communication. But we have to do that self-assessment. After we are sure of that self-assessment, after we have done that, then we do the industry research, right? That what are the industries that there are? I'll come to that. I will give you some examples of such industries. Then we also have to focus, I would like to request the students, you also have to focus on internships, on real life projects. You talk to your faculty, you talk to your professors for those internships. Also, what is very important is doing networking. Networking amongst yourselves, networking amongst whenever you get an opportunity to talk to them, that what are the opportunities that I might have once I graduate? Or what are the opportunities that I might have 5 years after I graduate? These kind of questions you have to keep asking. You have to do that networking. Now, as all of us have been telling, that these core engineering branches have been there from quite some time. So if you think about, I can give examples of civil engineering. So probably the Indus Valley civilization or Mesopotamia were the first examples of civil engineering excel. And imagine where we have come. We have come to Burj Khalifa. So Burj Khalifa is 211 stories. So as Professor Vishwa was mentioning, that we can build lightweight concrete, lightweight steel, so that we can have such high structure. It was unimaginable at some point of time. But we could do it because of the marvel of civil engineering. So it's not that we are not growing. There are emerging technologies. What we have to do is we have to keep an open mind to it. We have to keep an open mind to the interdisciplinary roles of engineering. That's what my first slide was about. That the engineers, they are interdisciplinary. They are interconnected. We have to think about that. And another thing that we have to think about is sustainable solutions. That is where we are going. So what I would like to say is that if there was a boom in software, if that was one of the, I mean, if we really look into technology, how the technology jump happened, probably the first jump happened when we invented fire. Then the second jump was when we invented wheel. And like that, there was a jump when we got to software. And probably the next jump is when we talk about sustainability, when we give sustainable solutions. So keeping this in mind, where are the opportunities of core engineering branches right now? Of course, there are the core engineering jobs, but other than the core engineering jobs, what are the other opportunities? Can you think about it? In defense, in cybersecurity, also there is application of core engineering. There are quite a few people in itself in IIT Hyderabad from mechanical engineering and from civil engineering who are working with defense to solve the challenges that they are facing. We can, of course, apply artificial intelligence and machine learning and data science applications and analytics to core engineering problems. Then there is biotechnology, there is renewable energy, space exploration, aerospace engineering, smart infrastructure, then of course sustainability. These are some of the careers, these are some of the industrial sectors, these are some of the parts where core engineering now can go ahead. I would like to talk about. I would like to end my discussion with giving you another story, which I keep hearing from, which I heard from one of my professors where I was doing my postdoc. He used to say that as an engineer, what we try to do is we try to make the solution even easier. So that's what an engineering skill is. We whatever may be the engineering, whether it is core or any other non-core branches, our goal, our focus is to solve whatever problem is given to us in the easiest way possible. If we look at it that way, then we will understand that there is no dearth, there is no scarcity of jobs when it comes to core engineering. And as I mentioned, that we are evolving, not just me, Professor Ramji was also telling that we have to evolve. We are evolving, and if we consider all of the evolving changes, then I don't find how it can be a problem that there is a scarcity of jobs or there is a lack of pay in core engineering. It's just that we have to keep our minds open and understand all the facilities, all the ways in which core engineering opens us up. That's all from my side. I would like to be in the panel discussion to handle any of your questions. Thank you, Professor Srikanth.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee, for that, sort of a deep look into what are the history of civil engineering, what is the evolution, how the civil engineering has evolved, and what are the various opportunities that you have spelled out. And also, you have spoken about how the new entrants into the industry can prepare, and what are the various opportunities in various sectors such as AI, ML, data science, defense, cyber security. You have mentioned aerospace and defense also. So you have brought together a sort of a futuristic scenario of what people can expect to find in the next couple of decades. And that is very important for the students. So once again, thank you so much for your time and effort. And hopefully you'll be there for the afternoon session where you can share some more of your experience. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Prita Chatterjee and Dr. Tejasvi. Now I invite the next speaker, Dr. N.V. Swaminaidu. He's from Raipur. He's working as associate professor there. He also has a lot of industry experience. So I invite him and request him to share his experiences. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm hearable, no? Yeah. First of all, I would like to thanks to the Professor Srikanth giving me the opportunity to interact with you. All the people and my career in engineering. Later on, I had done the research in the aerospace engineering. Then I had done some industry in aerospace, like aircraft structural analysis and design. And sometimes I was there in the US also with respect to the industry. So whatever I have seen this, the core engineering, the importance of the core engineering. Core engineering is very much important. Already the previous speakers is covered a lot about that the core engineering branches. So I would like to tell my experience about the core engineering. So I am from the NIT Raipur. So in Raipur and mechanical engineering group, if you see that mechanical engineering branch, most of the students are getting the placements in the core engineering. So here core engineering, not only the software engineering is also getting, but the percentage of the core engineering placement is more here. So similarly, the core engineer should have everything is required the core engineering. So how the core engineering is required means, suppose if you take any kind of a task, anything, first you require some hardware. To prepare this hardware, that definitely the core engineer is required. Without the hardware, with using only the software, we can't do anything. to run on the software, to make it something on the software and all. So the platform is required. So the core engineers are building the platform. So like civil engineering, previous speaker is covered about that, what are the ways of civil engineering is useful. So similarly, in the mechanical engineers also, if you make it a small pen, use that. So to prepare the small pen also, we require a lot of mechanical engineering. So the mechanical engineering is the mostly important for each and everything. Machinery, mechanical engineers are dealing with that, these machineries and all. So mechanical engineers are plays the crucial role in the development of the machinery and components across the wide range of industries. So like the manufacturing and industry, transportations and aerospace. This also involves the high level of research and design and production to ensure new projects are built successfully. These mechanical engineers are very much useful for the career growth and development, and to chance that capitalize, conceptualize and create the complex problems. And generally, if you have that some of the skills we have to acquire while studying that core engineering, we have to some of the skills is acquired. Those skills are like problem solving skills, creativity and communication, teamwork, and some mathematical background is very much essential. Already previously, Professor Ramji is covered about that the automation and all. So similar to that, these are also some of the skills is need to acquire. If you acquire these skills, you will become the a successful core engineer. So mainly, if you see that, and also you should have some goals, some specific goals. What you want to do. So like that, this goals is called as SMART goals. Like a specific, it is a measurable, and it should be achievable. It should be relevant to the your core engineering, and at the end, it should be the time bound. These are the things very much essential to make a goal, and you work towards the goal, and you can acquire the skills while starting with your engineering. So like from the first year onwards, we have to improve your the communication skills. And whenever you are getting a chance to do that some internships and all, you have to utilize your internships to increase your network and to increase the some of the soft skills also. The soft skills is also required, mainly some kind of a coding and all, it is also required because the core engineering branch is only well known about that the automation. So you know very well about that your system. So how we can do that the automation and all, that you know very well instead of the other software engineer. If you define properly the automation, then other engineers can help you. Otherwise, they cannot help you regarding your automation. So that itself, that some of the automation skills also you have to improve while studying your engineering, especially in the core engineering. And one more thing is, I want to insist here, you should have some innovative ideas. Like from the engineering, whenever you start studying any kind of engineering branch, you have to you have to establish yourself as a design thinking and product innovation nowadays. So everything we have to innovative ideas we have to make it. So many things we are coming, some innovative ideas. So innovative ideas is innovation is the buzzword nowadays. So you have to think about that the innovation and all. So innovation is something, suppose some process it is a repeated process it is there. So the repeated process, how we can make a better one, how you can make a better one, and how well you can execute, how well you can simplify those things. Like that, you can start with some kind of automation and innovations and all. It is very much uh, you can understand. So like you can start practicing on the innovation in the school days onwards. Otherwise, in the engineering itself, in the engineering first year itself, so the students, those who are taking any engineering branch, they should go to the they should think about that some kind of the innovation. What are the problems are occurring in the in general in that either a core branch or any other branch? So they have to think about the something in the automation, something in the simplifications and all. So how we can make it a better one, how it is available to the for all the members of all the kind of the domains and all. So like that we have to think and we have to make it. So definitely you will get a better chance to do that to achieve your goals. So this is what I want to make it in this. So thank you, the organizers, giving the wonderful opportunity and
Yeah.
sharing few words.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your industry as well as academic expertise. Uh, I will talk to you later, sir. Thank you very much for your time. If time permits, you please join the panel session also afternoon. Okay, now I invite. Okay, so
Thank you.
now thank you, sir. I'll talk to you later. Now, some expert speakers by NITs and other universities are organized, NITs, IITs, and other universities. So, but what I understand is this problem should to be addressed at every level. So, in this context, I also invited some of the administrative people, at principal level, or such kind of staff from other private colleges, also from the from the country. So I just want, I mean, their voice should also be heard here, so that there will be maybe a better conclusion. Okay, so now in this context, now I invite Dr. Uma Maheshwara Garu from MITS Kodat College. He's the principal for the MITS Kodat College. I invite him to present. Are you there, sir? Dr. Uma Maheshwara Garu, are you there?
Sir, your voice is problem, sir. Your voice is problem.
Okay. So maybe I think we will join the next. Maybe the problem will be resolved. Dr. Marshall, are you there? Dr. Marshall.
Yes, Dr. Srikanth.
Yeah. So now Dr. Marshall, he is a professor in Coimbatore, Karunya Institute of Technology and Sciences, Coimbatore. Now I invite him to give his perspective in this particular context. Thank you.
A very good morning to the organizers of this event and the participants, experts from the industry and academia. I understand there are students and parents are also there in this group, and it's a wonderful plan, and thank you for making me a part of this event. And it's very important to discuss about the core branches and the trend, and what is that we should do to promote these core branches. It's not promoting is not the right word. Maybe everybody knows the value of core branches. It is the attraction from the other side, which is making the parents to think, as many of the experts rightly said. You can work from home if you are into circuit branches, but core branches, Professor Srikanth was talking about hands and legs. So it is very, very important. So it's wonderful to discuss these points here. And I have a small presentation. Can I do it?
Sure, you can share it.
I can share it, yeah. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Yeah, this is the first slide. I thought of keeping this, and Dr. Srikanth was giving in his introductory remarks what is the importance of core branches. Okay, I've just got this picture in one of the WhatsApp groups, right? Hey, ChatGPT finished this building, and your skills are irreplaceable. Now, core branches are important, and the technologies that are coming, we need to adopt. Okay, and even in our university, last year we had 101 students. We got 100% placement in mechanical engineering, and most of them are in core industry, around 95% placement in core industry. Only 3 students in software industries. We have L&T on campus. We have many core industries were there on campus and selected students. And now there is a lot of demand for mechanical engineers and civil engineers. The demand for them is rising. So I'm just salary trends for engineers. You can see on the screen. It is from data collected on 21-22. Now, if you see this, freshers and the experienced of 5 to 10 years, and this is given in monster.com. And you see the freshers salary and the experienced people average minimum and average maximum. We have mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, civil and automotive engineers. Salary package is there on the screen. You see this core branches and almost average maximum salary if you have 5 to 10 years. Average, that's what they said, around 14 to 18 lakhs. Okay, civil engineers up to 18 lakhs. Whereas if you see software, around 31 lakhs. It's only a data, but we know what industry offers as you gain experience in the industry. All of us know about it, and that is very, very important. Many options are here. What are the options for mechanical engineers? Hundreds of options are there. We can get all these options from the internet. I'm not going to go into all this. I thought if a presentation is required to someone, it will be useful. So I just incorporated all these things in the presentation. And what are the career opportunities for mechanical engineers? Automation, robotic engineer, mechatronics, aerospace engineer, R&D, and all these things. Okay, maintenance, up to maintenance, sales and marketing engineer. And we know all these things, mechanical engineers play a major role. I understand civil and electrical also is important. Basically, I'm from mechanical background, so I just kept this on the screen for your information. And new age jobs in mechanical engineering. Somebody was talking about industry 4.0 and the artificial intelligence, aerospace industries, nanotechnology, energy services, robotics and automation, biomechatronics. These are the new age jobs in mechanical engineering. Okay. Now, with this background, I have also a graph here presenting the sources from ACT. This is a good information. Like, if you see this 20, 21, and 22, admission percentage in core branches of engineering over the years. Now, if you see this 20, 21, and 22 thing, mechanical, civil, electrical, and electronics, computer science, all are on rise. Even mechanical, civil, and electrical. The core branches admission percentage is increasing. And there are many factors for this result to come. And because on the other side, artificial intelligence and people are looking for jobs, looking for the branches which where there are many opportunities of jobs available for those branches, circuit branches. But core branches also, this is a very good information that we can get from AICT. And for this, the need of the hour, that what we are doing in Karunya is, it is to adapt the emerging technologies. I just put the screenshots of the syllabus that we incorporated here. Internet of Things in manufacturing, just an examples. Application of machine learning for mechanical engineering systems. So the curriculum updation in core branches, adopting the emerging technologies is very, very important. And this is one of the factors which will help the core branches to get a better view of the market. And here, this is very important quote, which I felt: our future success is directly proportional to our ability to understand, adopt, and integrate new technology into our work. We cannot rudely say that only core branches are very important, and without adopting the new technologies. So the need of the R is we have to adopt new technologies in curriculum. We have to adopt the new technologies in our way we think, and in our way we think also should change. Okay, so this is very, very important for core engineering branches. And I have just shared the market trend. What are the opportunities for core engineers, especially in the point of view of mechanical engineering? And also, I just shared the importance of adopting the emerging technologies. This is one of the, and now I'll share my experience for 5 minutes and I'll close. One of the important, one of the photos that I come across when I was registering for my work for PhD. Okay, this picture speaks a lot what we are about the resources that we are consuming. And at the when the time we reach the old age, the people reach old age, the person realizes we left little for the next generation. So this comes on Sustainable Development Goals, UN, United Nations in 2015. They proposed these 17 goals. If you see this, no poverty, zero hunger, and all those things. Number 7, affordable and clean energy. Number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, sustainable cities and communities, all these there in the sustainable development goals. So the target is by 2030, we should achieve these goals. And that's why they are encouraging the new emerging technologies, and we better adopt these technologies into our core branches and improve our even you see that it's going to go and revolutionize the manufacturing sector. It's going to predict, our AI is going to predict failure probability of in service equipment in factories. It reduces the test and calibration time. So many advantages are there. So we have to take the advantages of the emerging technologies and strengthen the core branches, and so that the students who study these core branches would be industry ready. And what is the sustainable development? The United Nations definition. I'm not going to read the entire slide. I'll just read only the definition there. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So some ambitions or vision like this should guide the community, academicians, and also the industry to look into the interdisciplinary research and also the multidisciplinary research, and strengthen our curriculum so that students are exposed even in their second year and third year to various new technologies, especially the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. We cannot stick to only one and say that expect things to happen. So this is the top 10 renewable energy trends. I'm talking about opportunities available for mechanical engineers, or in fact, the people working in core branches. Now, this is by analyzing 5,152 startups and emerging companies. Now, top 10 renewable energy trends, because my research is in the area of renewable energy, specifically waste to energy conversion technologies. So I've just presented some statistics here. So maybe the students and the parents can think about it to do your work in these areas if you are interested. And many other speakers are talking about the composites, the 3D printing, or many other technologies. But in my point of view, I'm just presenting this. Top 10 renewable energy trends and innovations in 2023. We have 17 goals, but in the renewable energy sector, these are the important areas. And the companies, the impact of these companies in advanced photovoltaics, artificial intelligence and big data, energy storage systems, hydropower, wind power, bioenergy. So green hydrogen, all these companies, they're going to impact into the impact on in the year 2023 in terms of percentage. And I have also kept the data of renewable energy employment by technology in 2021, just for information. Okay, what is the number of jobs that are created in this area or in the entire world, in all the countries together, right? I think this information will be useful, and for some people to think of some good opportunities, career opportunities for core branch students in this renewable energy field. And top 10 countries who are working in the renewable energy area, electricity generation from the renewable energy. If you see, India is in 5th place, China is at top place. And in 2010, if you see, this 2010, India was, I think, around 12th place in terms of electricity generation from the renewable energy source. What it means that now the country is moving towards development, and in the area of renewable energy, not only in the renewable energy area, Make in India concepts are there. We are attracting industries to come in here and start their own MNCs. We are attracting. So India is growing. So the core branches are very, very important, and we are going to play a very big role in the coming days. In fact, I'll tell on the lighter note, the number of admissions, if you take any particular university, around 30 sections in computer science, but 30 students in mechanical engineering. So you see the demand that it's going to create, and by the time, I think, another 4 years. Now, the students who choose these core branches now are going to be in great demand in the coming days, especially in the coming years, because job market is going to be fully saturated with the computer science or other circuit branches, but core branches, the students from the core branches uh, are going to be the need of the time, those in the coming years. Okay, so, and the renewable energy, if you see in this, wind energy, the research in wind energy is growing year by year. If you see this hydro power, the rate at which it is growing is given here, and all other solar energy, the research is going in a very good pace at solar energy, and bioenergy and geothermal are on in line with them. So the electricity generation gigawatt hour, if you see this, these are some of the statistics. And employment by technology, as I mentioned. And I'm working in this waste management program. Why I tell this is, we started with BTech mechanical engineering, then MTech thermal engineering. Then I landed PhD in the area of renewable energy. In renewable energy, we worked with chemical engineers, we worked with civil engineers, we worked with design engineers. Now, as that we experienced only in PhD. Now, even in BTech level, now we have to think about doing more internships, more projects in the industry, have a foreign exposure, doing 6 months course in foreign universities. Our university, in the third year itself, we sent 6 months to other country to do the internship in other institute or in the industry, so that they get exposed to multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research. So in the third year, but we got this exposure when we were studying, when we were doing PhD. So then we landed with waste management program, and we got a project of worth of 6.12 crores, which is running now. I'm also co-investigator in this work. This is a societal need, solving the problems in the society. That is the motto of Karanya University. And the plastic waste that is generated, this is a PDT waste management program, DST project, and we are working on this. So the journey is a very what do you say, like, we have, as we go into the work, we understand the importance. When we were studying, it was not that. So nowadays, the students, even in the first year and second year, even no, they have to think about working with different. There is no simply mechanical engineer. We cannot say that. We have to work with different teams, and exposure and adopting new technologies are very, very important. Okay, and I conclude here. This is the bird eye view of Karnya, and understand, adopt, and integrate new technologies into core branches, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary research, more internships, and in projects for the students are important. And even the faculty, we should update our knowledge in these emerging trends and new technologies, and incorporate in the curriculum, type with industry, and to strengthen the curriculum. And we have to, when we do all this, I think the trend started already. The admission into core branches is increasing, and in the another 3-4 years, definitely we all expect there's going to be very great demand for core branches, and the people who are doing core branches, who are studying now, will be in great demand in the coming years. With this, I conclude, and I really appreciate the organizers for giving me this opportunity. It's a wonderful idea, and we should continuously do this, really, to encourage the students to take options in core engineering, and also educate the parents It's not just the computer science or electrical engineering, core engineering is the base and very, very important. And they will have a bright future in the days to come. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, Dr. Marshall, thank you very much for your valuable speech and with a lot of information and statistics. Uh, you are correct, actually. So we are going towards core engineering. Even when I'm talking to my placement officers, they are saying that even that small recession that has come outside the country is not affecting the core branches. Maybe there is a small impact on the other branches, but core branches, they are the same. Okay. So yeah, thank you very much. I will talk to you later. Thank you for your valuable speech. Now I invite uh, our coordinator, Dr. Vijay Kumar, on behalf of NSRIT. So he can also talk about this program, and he can also share many more experiences because they have been helping us since uh, the idea has generated, making brochures and contacting people in all aspects. So I request him to yeah, share his experiences. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Srikanth, sir, for giving us an opportunity to collaborate with NIT Warangal. And we could materialize this program today. Actually, our director, sir, Dr. Raja Murugadas, so he was supposed to participate in this program and deliver a speech, but because of unavoidable travel, he couldn't attend this particular webinar. I'm reading his message, and we will take forward the other parts of the program later. So, good morning, everyone. I extend a warm greeting to all of you for today's webinar on smart career planning opportunities in core engineering branches. So, as we gather here today, we are joined by the experienced educators, administrators, industry experts, and other stakeholders with a common goal to explore the opportunities and prospects of civil and mechanical engineering aspirants. So, civil and mechanical engineering has been always the forefront of the innovation, shaping the world around us with applications in construction, manufacturing, robotics, renewable energy, and so on and so forth. So, however, the landscape of education is continuously evolving, and we, the educators, must adapt to the changing aspirations of the future engineering students. So, currently, we are facing some challenges to ensure that our civil and mechanical engineering student programs should attract the best of the brains and the minds to prospective students who are going to join us and have numerous opportunities available to them. So it is our responsibility not only to maintain the quality of education, but also we have to highlight the unique advantages of our institutions in offering potential education to the mechanical and civil engineering students. So the purpose of today's webinar is to collaboratively explore innovative strategies and best practices to improve the admissions in mechanical and civil engineering. And we aim to identify the areas of improvement and discuss the successful initiatives and leverage and collaborate expertise with all the participants to create a roadmap which will positively impact the future of the mechanical engineers. So I thought that whatever the academic experts, they have given their advices. Now we are going to have one or two more sessions of this one, and then later the speeches will be followed by the industry experts. So what I request them is, so we have some key points to discuss. So various crucial aspects like how to get the academic excellence, that is maintaining the academic standards of our mechanical engineering and civil engineering program, while continually updating the curriculum and how to align this with the industry. So I hope the industry people will give us some insights about this one, and the collaboration with the industry. So we know that there is a large gap between the academia and industry. So how to make this collaboration a meaningful one? So what measures we can take to foster the stronger ties with the industries and showcase the potential career opportunities in the mechanical and civil engineering. So this aspect also we need to explore. And then the research and innovation. So one of the major lacking area in the academic institutions is this one. So how we can promote the research, so driven by the education and encourage the students to engage in the projects so that have a real world impact. So this is what we would like to explore further. And faculty development. So what steps can be taken to empower the faculty and faculty members, so that they are the better educators and they are the mentors for our students. And finally, I would like to touch upon one more point, that is the effective outreach. That is, we need to develop outreach strategies so that we can employ the creative awareness and significant mechanical engineering and civil engineering branches. They should be going out with the unique offers, whatever our institutions are trying to promote. So in conclusion, today's webinar will actually provide a platform for meaningful dialogue and collaboration that is aimed for shaping the future of mechanical and civil engineering educators. Together, I think we can actually pave a way for the brighter opportunities, cutting edge research, and ever evolving curriculum. So that will be nurturing the next generation of mechanical and civil engineers. So let us work hand in hand, and with a stronger foundation for having the civil and mechanical engineer. I thank once again for being part of this particular conversation. And let us begin our journey towards empowering the aspirants of the mechanical and civil engineering to enrich this field of engineering and prosper in the country where we have a lot of opportunities for mechanical and civil engineering. I'm thankful to the resource persons from academia and industry, because already academia, they have shared their views and the industry people are going to share their views. So a special thanks to Dr. Srikanth for giving me this opportunity. And I encourage all the participants also to actively involve throughout this session. And now I request Dr. Jagadish from PVP Siddhartha Institute of Technology. He's from civil engineering background. So he'll be exploring more views, his views on the this particular webinar. Sir Jagadish, sir.
Yeah. Can you able to hear, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, dear engineering fraternity, and also parents, faculty, and students. We all know that there is a clear gap between the industry and academia, particularly in core engineering branches. Suppose if you look into any kind of placements in any of the engineering college, when you compare with the digital branches, the industry and academia connection is much poorer when compared with the digital branches. So, and industry requires a lot of people wherein, I'll give you an example. I'm a former scientist, Government of India, and with a passion in teaching, I comfort teaching. I'm a professor in civil engineering, and also I had innovation in our college. So here, I used to visit a lot of places and connect with the different industry people, and also attend a lot of international seminars. So recent seminar which I attended in Hyderabad, wherein I could get a lot of inputs, because infrastructure is booming and we are in lack of skilled engineering graduates. This is, please try to underline that skilled engineering graduates, because skilling is very important. This is different from, getting out of the college with a graduate degree. So what kind of skills, see, whenever industry tests the skills of the students, there are a lot of skills which are lacking, wherein the industry cannot able to accommodate them immediately after the graduation. So they need to spend a lot of time in training them. And so here I would like to suggest, or have seen a lot of practices which many of the engineering colleges have been adopting across the country. Because I worked in Bangalore, and also now I'm working in Vijayawada. So typically, the faculty in any of the core branches must go for a 1 week industry internship every year. This is what I do every year. I go for a industry update internship, and I used to connect with a lot of industry. And you have to map the existing current students with the industry requirement. Very important. So each of the faculty, suppose if we have a typical branch of civil engineering of 60 students having a 13 faculty in their department, all the 13 faculty having a connect of 13 different industries, definitely they can able to connect the industry requirement with the students. And also whenever we are sending for the internships, it is better to send them for the internship for a live project rather than getting a simple certificate from a particular industry. And many of the core engineering branches, or sorry, core engineering industries are looking for subcontract works. So if you can make a faculty startups within the engineering colleges, these startups can cater the subcontract work of the core engineering industries, wherein these people can do this job with the existing students and can able to make ready engineers for the industry. So these are the things many of the engineering colleges are practicing. But as you rightly, many of the speakers rightly mentioned, it is very important to educate the parents too, because there is a mad rush going on because of the huge requirement that is showing by different colleges in the case of the digital branches. But definitely in next 5 years, as one of the speaker mentioned, there is a huge gap between the skilled engineers, particularly for the core industry, particularly core engineering branches. So all the engineering colleges must realize and also to adopt the best practices from various engineering colleges across the country. And also startups is one, and taking a industry-oriented projects and make a industry-ready engineers. And also faculty also must update, and they have to come out from the comfort zone and connect with the lot of industry. Networking is the key, and that's how we can able to place the students. So many of the engineering colleges in rural engineering colleges, their background is very poor. So if you able to place one civil engineering graduate in rural engineering college, definitely a family can able to lift up immediately. So you can able to really help a rural background family to a different level. So all must work towards this goal and make the society better. This is what I would like to, give from myself. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jagdish sir, for you giving your views on the uh, future of the civil engineering and how to actually cope up with what are the emerging challenges which we have for the future generations. Next, I would like to invite our head of the department, Dr. Anand Babu Garu, to give his speech. Anand Babu sir from NSRIT.
Sir, namaste, sir. Good morning to all the respected faculty members and industry persons. Myself, Dr. Anand Babu, Associate Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Head of the Department. In recent times, we are observing that most of the students are preferring software jobs or software CSC, CSM, CSD, or any other. If they have not got any admission in computer science engineering, they turn to VCE, or later, finally, at the end, they are preferring the core jobs. So, due to these all situations, as the faculty members in private engineering colleges, we are suffering very much. We are suffering. From the sufferings, I, as the faculty of mechanical engineering, felt that there is a there is a solution for every problem. There is a solution for every problem. We have to identify the solution for that problem, how to solve that problem. From that, I got one idea, and some of our friends or faculty members suggested that why don't you think about the entrepreneurship for the students in your college or in your domain. Later, I think, oh, what can I do? What can I do in these critical situations for these core branches? Then I thought, I deeply exercised, and I come up with one idea, that is, what is the important advanced technology in mechanical engineering, that is 3D printing. So I focused on 3D printing, and I have started my own entrepreneurship as the faculty member. majority, the primary job is the faculty member, head of the department, to share the knowledge and to give the knowledge to my students for mechanical engineering and other engineering students. And after my duties, I thought that there should be something should be done from my side for the development or for the department of mechanical engineering or some other core branches. Then I think I have to start my own entrepreneurship to generate employment to the mechanical engineering, particularly my students. Then I started my 3D printing entrepreneurship. I am working as faculty member and head of the department in institutions, various institutions I work, and now I am working in an NSRIT, and I started my own entrepreneurship 3D printing by doing this such type of components, mechanical components, and by doing this type of organic structures, organic models, which are useful to the school teachers, and this type of school teachers for explaining more detail, and for the dental doctors also we are doing, and some part of the architectures also we are doing, we are printing and we are selling. And my students also doing. Why I am sharing these all things are, there is a solution, there is a more number of solutions when we think as mechanical engineering, because mechanical engineer or core engineers only do such type of things. Rather than seeing the problem, they can develop the solution. Because of that, as a mechanical engineering, I did the photo. This is my miniature. My students and me generated this photo from front view and the top view, front view and the side views. And we have used this Blender software and GPress softwares like that. So much softwares are there. And we have done the 3D printing on in our laboratories only. And like that, we generate a number of solutions, and our students now they are earning, and they are also participating along with me. They are earning while they are learning. So with this, and we are also doing after printing and post processing, this component, if you observe this price of this component, this type of miniature in YouTube or Google, this costs around 4,000 to 5,000 rupees. Now, one mechanical engineer can do this type of all things. Then number of mechanical engineer or number of core engineers can do more number of things. That is my point. And we are some of the industries in Visakhapatnam, they are contacting us for their customized components, for customized equipments, customized materials, and we are also preparing this type of components to explain the component concepts to our mechanical engineering department students. And as an entrepreneurship, I also started dual 3D printings. In one direction, it appears as I love dad, and it appears as I love mom. Such type of things can be done. Such type of things can be designed using this our CAD softwares, our mechanical softwares. So whatever may be if you see, we are the faculty members are preparing this type of designs and printing, and we are giving more knowledge to the students. When these all things happen as mechanical engineer, for me, for every student or everyone, this can be done by all students or all mechanical engineers. Now my point is, recently we have discussed with Srikanth Garu and Vijay Kumar Garu. We come across number of faculty, number of parents, more number of parents, as the experts are saying that number of parents and students are thinking they are only scope in software jobs or software courses. No, in my opinion, as a faculty member, if I started like this, and I started like even this, if I market this one like this, I am doing number of components as a faculty member, as an entrepreneurship, because of my domain mechanical engineer. So oka mechanical engineer ga nenu idi chesinappudu CSC gaani other branches ante non core branches vallu, they have to go to other places. But as a mechanical engineer, I know the design, I know the manufacturing, I know the fabrication, and I can help the society. by showing so many solutions to every problem with my faculty members. My point is to enhance the thinking of faculty, parents or students. We have to do some points, sir. In my point, we have to conduct this type of webinars once or twice in a year, sir. If you observe, the metallurgical engineers are conducting National Metallurgist Day in the month of November, and other branches faculty members or the professors are continuously in touch with their domain faculty members or domain members. So I think that we have to form a forum and we have to prepare some policies to get the more number of faculty members of core departments. And I request you all faculty members are the distinguished professors from IITs and NITs and various institutions, various organizations. You people are the only chance, because we are the faculty members in private engineering colleges. We are searching for the help. We are searching for the extending help from your side. So we request you, this type of webinars, if we conduct for once or twice in a year, we as the faculty members encourage, and we will inspire, and we will acknowledge, and we will encourage our students by doing some of the internship, industry oriented internships and intellectual quality improvement programs for the faculty members, and adoption of new technologies. As one of the speakers said, that one of the important thing is adoption of new technologies and industry collaboration. So we are very much happy to say that Dr. Vijay Kumar sir and Srikanth sir helped me a lot by I just shared my opinion with them, but they have did this all the jobs very efficiently. I thank Srikanth Garu and Vijay Kumar Garu and all the distinguished professors and the faculty members and industrialists. So we can do more number of things for the development of the department, of core departments and the students. So with this, I am concluding. Thank you very much, sir. Namaste. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your inspiring speech. And we understand whatever the passion you have for the mechanical engineering. So definitely that will save our branch and the core branches also. So thank you, sir. Because of the connectivity issues, we couldn't make a connection with Dr. Umameswara Garu. Sir, Umameswara sir, if you are there, please.
Yeah, sir. I'm here
yes,
only.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Is it audible, sir? Audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
So thank you, Srikanth Garu and Venugopal Garu, for giving me the opportunity to be the part of today's webinar. I hope that this webinar is particularly for students and parents, and this is the platform all the faculty members have to use to explore the career opportunities of the mechanical engineering, to inspire the students and parents to change the trend of the mechanical engineering admissions. So good morning, respected dignitaries on the webinar, and eminent professors from the various top-notch institutes, and engineers and executives and scientists from the various reputed industries. A very good morning, one and all, and parents and students. Good morning to you all. So I am Dr. Maheshwar Rao, Professor of Mechanical Engineering and Principal, MITS College of Engineering. And so here I would like to share a few my viewpoints, which are already covered most of the eminent previous speakers from the various IITs and NITs and reputed organizations. So anyway, I'm being the part of this webinar. Just I would like to pose my viewpoints also. So first, let me tell you, our parents and students, that what mechanical engineering is. So mechanical engineering deals with the design and analysis of structures and the development of devices, machines, and mechanical systems using the principles of thermodynamics, physics, material science, and other subjects. So ultimately, mechanical engineers plan, design, analyze, and develop the components or products. It could be mechanical machine or engine. So that is what mechanical engineering is. And we have seen the recent scenario what is happening. Mechanical engineering has been top choice for many students for a long time till 2019 because of its versatility and variety of career options. But unfortunately, post COVID onwards, uh, it has been taken back seat with the fading away of its popularity. So now this is the time to uh, like uh, motivate all the parents and students to again to bring back the uh, legacy of the mechanical engineering what we had before 2019 and 2018. So to my knowledge, I would like to emphasize why to choose mechanical engineering. From the recent survey, mechanical engineering jobs are expected to grow from 9% to 11% by the year 2026, and with many multinational companies establishing R&D facilities in India and the unprecedented development of infrastructure, the profession of mechanical engineering is still going to be in vogue in the near future. And based on the Deloitte report, recent Deloitte report on Global Manufacturing Competitiveness Index rankings by country, India is expected to rise 6 places, resulting in creating new opportunities for mechanical engineers. So I hope this give positive hope for all the mechanical engineering fraternity to get good number of admissions for the forthcoming years. And from the career point of view is concerned, old age career roles are for mechanical engineers, as we know: manufacturing manager, automotive engineer, aerospace engineer, mechanical engineer, mining engineer, and maintenance engineer, and control and instrumentation engineer. There are various roles played by the mechanical engineers in various industries, ranging from automotive industry to robotic industry. We have different sectors: automotive industry, aerospace industry, defense, rail industry, thermal plants, steel plants. Still, though the old age industries, they are automotive and steel plant, with the automotive industry being one of the greatly booming sector in India, mechanical engineers have a lot of scope in this field. It is homogeneous sector and keeps on changing drastically with the invention of new technologies every now and then. These changes also encourage mechanical engineers to take up the challenges and develop modernized automobiles. So there is a lot of scope in automobile sector for career for mechanical graduates. And in steel plant also, India stands as the second largest producer of steel after China. The demand for steel never goes down, as it is used in every other industry right now, from making rockets to mending domestic tools. The job roles for mechanical engineers in this field may vary depending on requirements in production, maintenance, manufacturing, or other areas. So these are some old as job opportunities and sectors, and now this the agenda of this webinar is to create awareness of on smart opportunities for mechanical engineers. So we have smart opportunities for mechanical engineer. If this mechanical graduate learn computation and software knowledge, automatically they will be placed in smart industries like IoT based industries. So we have a smart manufacturing industry now. It is booming. The motors, valves, and pumps will readily function through software, and this is the function of IoT. It consists of network of physical objects embedded with sensors and software for connecting the and exchanging the data. This data is exchanged with other devices over the internet. So IoT mechanical engineers are in high demand in the smart industry, and that has helped in product development and asset utilization heavily by the companies. And also other sectors, mechanical engineering graduates will get opportunities in R&D, particularly nano electromechanical systems, green manufacturing, biomedical engineering, high speed machining, and various other research areas. There also the mechanical graduates will get opportunities. So and particular top recruiters for mechanical engineers are Larsen and Turbo, Tata Group, the Godrej Group, Siemens Limited, General Motors, Dermax, Ashoka Leyland, Switzerland Energy Limited, Kirloskar, Mahindra and Mahindra. These are the top companies. And private sector and public sector also we have very reputed companies are there. Bharat Heavy Electrical Limited, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, Defence Research and Development Organization, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, National Hydroelectric Power Corporation Limited, and Gas Authority of India Limited. So in all these public sector and private sector industries, mechanical graduates will get opportunities. In spite of that, the diminishing trend in admissions have been observed for past 5 years. So being an academician, what I from private organization, private affiliated colleges like me, what I had observed from past for 2 decades, whatever the equipments and machinery set up at the time of inception, still they are there in the private, almost all affiliated colleges. So because of that, this mechanical engineering graduates relieved from various colleges, affiliated colleges, uh, finding difficult to get suitable job, because they do not have, they are lagging in technical and engineering skills in their respective subject. This may be due to depleted quality of education with inappropriate, obsolete, and outdated laboratories, and the non-availability of upgraded faculties to impart relevant knowledge and training. And this we have to, being an academicians and industry personnel, uh, we have to look into that issue and bring to the notice of concerned higher authorities in probably higher education commission or some relevant affiliated universities, so that there will be scope for getting good admissions in the down the line. So another reason being quoted by the academicians is that syllabi is outdated and are not in conformity with the changed industry and the current market scenario. This is causing the unemployable situation of the qualified graduates of mechanical and civil engineering streams. And most of the industries also preferring diploma students rather engineering students to in engineer core industries, because they are available at lower packages. So that is one of the reasons why the mechanical engineering graduates are not getting good opportunities in private sector industries, and that also we have to address. And the other issue is, therefore we have to correct these two issues regarding laboratory and syllabi. It is a fact that there is a no depth of opportunities for mechanical engineering in India. The
Umamesh,
need of, yeah, sir.
sorry to disturb you. Actually, the industry speakers are waiting.
Okay.
So please, if you can conclude it.
Yes, sir. The need of us is to revamp the syllabi of mechanical engineering to meet the growing needs of the current industry moving towards the automation. And second point is, all the universities and colleges offering mechanical engineering must upgrade their infrastructure facilities, including laboratories, and appoint well qualified faculty members with adequate knowledge and skills of the current market and industry scenario. So if these two things happen in private affiliated colleges of various universities, definitely down the line, I hope good number of admissions we will see, and the legacy of mechanical engineering will come back, and the employment for the mechanical engineering fraternity will be sustained. This is my viewpoint from, and thank you for giving me this opportunity, Srikanth, sir, Professor Srikanth.
Thank you, Andy. Dr. Tejasvi, can you introduce the other speakers?
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Good morning to everyone. I'd like to introduce Mr. Satyanarayana, who is a eminent industrialist and philanthropist. He is the MD of Inventa Industries. I invite him to share his vast experience in various core sectors since the 1970s. Satyanarayana Garu, are you there, sir? Hello.
Yes, sir. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good morning to all the dignitaries and co-industrialists. So I'm basically a chemical engineer. So I have set up an industry about 42 years back in the pharmaceutical line where we have made USFDA unit, and then into the agro industries like button mushrooms. And in 2016-17, I ventured into the precast construction business. So now when the topic is coming here, as it's the dearth of opportunities for or attracting the core industrial core branch of engineering into the field again. Basically, my view on this situation is that the opportunities which have been created by the software for the software people have added to the global GDP without much of the investment into the equipment. Like our predecessors have told here that, for establishing a mechanical industry or electrical other things, you need a lot of capital, machinery and all those things. For doing the software industry, you don't need anything. The companies like Infosys or Tata, all these people, there are no government restrictions to start an IT industry or buy few computers, and you don't need any licenses, and you simply have to hire some people and do away with it. And being our license Raj earlier, we needed to take, even if you want to a small scale industry, you have to go through the 15, 20 licenses and all of it. Was an investment plus other regulatory concerns. So the reason for booming of the software industry has got an open entry for many people with a few computers, one room, you are there. And this, along with the other engineering or which is already available infrastructure, this information technology has become the number one business and added a lot of GDP to the whole world. And it comes to a level where, okay, the proper utilization of the resources or online monitoring of your resources, plus also the information technology of doing these things, they will come to one level wherein you have to need to create the additional the facilities or what additional equipment and additional resources to be deployed to add real GDP, which was so far with the information technology you have added to the GDP without much in the investment. But now it is the time where we invest. And for investment, anything what has to get into this sector, all the engineers are required. Civil, mechanical, electrical, you name a branch, everybody is needed to create the additional facilities and be the finding out the innovative materials. Like one of our, Professor Doctor was saying that, gone into 3D printing and those things. There is opportunities to do so much in terms of the material technology and also the automation, everything. If I got a plant running, if I make it automated, so that has got a better control of my output. And at the end of the day, what is the efficiency of your product? Whatever services we are providing or whatever we are talking sustainable and all sustainables will come, provided you get maximum out of the minimum investment from all the areas, including related with materials or manpower, all those things, efficient use of these kind of things. So, like what everybody, I don't discriminate because I don't think that there is a depth of opportunities for the other core branch of engineers. There is the opportunity for core branch of engineers. Everywhere, it is a question of the time, kind of a material available in the market. In the sense, the people, okay, why are we IITs are rated the number one, and why our IIT fellows are number one managers for the international companies or the world companies. So my view is that we need to have all these, colleges or institutions or all the professors who are there, like some of you people have pointed out already, a better industry and institution collaborations, and we should start happening from the early stages of his education, not that final year you send them for 2 weeks or 4 weeks and all those things. Even that is also not happening. That's my experience. So if they have to be a face, like interface with the industry, with the institutions, and there will be industry will have a lot of problems, or which they will be seeking a institution. Because industry, all the industries may not be able to employ all the skill set. Like big companies, you call the GE, Tata, L&D, all those things. We also doing work for the GE and Tata, all those things. They also have to come down. Ultimately, you have to come down to the core engineers only, whether employed by Tata or me or somebody else, and all those things. The capabilities of the people, which are the material which is coming up with the institution, has to be upgraded, and every one of our engineering colleges should be treated as an IIT level colleges. As such, we have got a quality education, as such, no issue compared with the neighboring countries. But we don't need to compare with the neighboring countries. We should always be the number one, like our government is achieving, and you can see the drastic change in these things. And now the new defense policy, Make in India policy, it has opened up enormous opportunities for the local core engineering sector. Software, there are so many standard softwares are there for the artificial intelligence or whatever, machine learning, all those things. You can immediately adapt. But only the last leg of customizing your particular needs, which are to be done, which can easily be done. I have set up a completely batch automated facility for a FDA product, batch operating in 1998 with Fisher-Roseman's technology. And we are the first people to implement that technology in the country in 1998. So now, okay, it has gone a lot of way. At that time, 700 rupees per month, there were the people available. And now we have to pay 15,000 to 20,000 rupees for operators. So that time it was very heavy investment, 3 crores extra invested. So, but the objective is to deliver a product which is flawless and the operations go in a controlled way. So there is no dearth of opportunities for the core. Finally, what I want to say is there is no dearth of opportunities for the engineer in any branch. That is with the thing. And what we as an industry, what we expect is a better quality of engineer who has obtained already the multi-dimensional exposure of industry. Okay, he goes next, what are the opportunities? Also, I have also seen where I have studied in the chemical engineering, Osmania, our people, we, each, aluminium people, they have contributed to development of the or upgrading of the laboratories, so that you are only getting exposed or trying to know what is happening. Not that what fluid mechanics, hydraulics, what we studied in 1966, 67, 68, they are less relevant. Yeah, if fluid flow through a pipe remains the same, let it be these things, let it be rocket launch or anything. But the monitoring of all other things, which is very essential, and the methods of monitoring those things, which have really improved or enhanced the efficiency of all the fields. So I once again state that there is no dearth of opportunities for any branch of engineering. Only thing is, the better he is qualified from the university with having if he goes for an interview to an institution, hey, do you know this? Do you know this? This is keeping a black face. But there must be a relevant education and orientation in the institution. I'm sure there's no issue for the employment of any branch of engineers. Thank you very much. Right.
Thank you very much, Satyan Garu. You've shown that there are truly no limits to what an entrepreneur can do. And you have given us a very deep insight into the actual practicalities and the root causes of why things are the way they are. And also you have given us, you have also emphasized the need for exposure of the students to industry at early stages of education, and that there are so many opportunities as part of the Make in India initiative of the government. Thank you so much for sharing your vast experience, and we hope that you will be available for the afternoon session when the parents will directly field their questions. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now I take this opportunity to invite Mr. C. Anjay Prasad Garu. He is the MD of Mite Engineering Consultants to share his enormous industrial experience in structural engineering in India and abroad. And he's also teaches professionally oriented courses at NIT Warangal. So he brings a unique perspective of both a combined perspective of an industry person as well as a teacher. So I welcome him today to give his to share his experiences and ideas. Thank you, sir.
Right. Good morning to one and all. Thank you, Dr. Tejasvi, for the introduction. Yeah, I tell it from the perspective of predominantly they are dealing with the design of the building and construction of the building using various technologies, and the opportunities for the civil, electrical, mechanical engineers in these fields. I shall describe basically. The issue here is that suppose if you are looking at the construction, various construction technologies are coming up in the field for the construction of buildings or bridges and different types of structures. One of these technologies, some of these technologies in the building sector are that is a monolithic construction technology, where the walls and the slabs will be built together. And then there is a heavy demand of civil and the mechanical engineers in this field. Now the issue is such that the developers and the contractors are asking us, sir, do you have any engineer who have an experience of 3 to 5 years in the this monolithic construction technology, which is otherwise called as Maiwan construction technology also, because Maiwan is the first firm in the world who have developed this formwork required for this. And once the guy is there with about 3 to 5 years of experience, the industry is ready to pay even about 1 lakh per month. Now the same salary even an IT fellow will not get with a 3 to 5 years experience. But this is the demand that is raising with the latest construction technologies and the demand for engineers and the mechanical engineers who are taking care of this particular formwork with which they are going to construct the buildings. So this is the outcome of the new technologies where the demand is rising high for civil engineers, but the civil engineers going into other fields is a worry factor for all of us. Again, yeah, as Sachana Garu at the age of 70 plus, he has set up the precast construction industry. Okay, after setting up one, he has increased to 4 numbers and then doing wonderful precast structures in the country. And the precast construction technology is coming up so much with a good demand. Even Government of India is telling every department to go with the precast construction and complete the project at a faster rate. Okay, instead of waiting for 3 years, let us complete it in 1 year. Right? Even a 1 lakh square foot building is now getting completed in about 6 to 7 months, as against 2 to 3 years, which was taking earlier with conventional construction. And we are doing lots of government department structures also in precast construction. State governments are also coming up with the precast construction wherever precast industry is set up. So now we have seen that there is a lot of precast engineers to be developed in this particular construction technology, where precast is hardly taught in engineering colleges. Okay, we need to introduce these subjects. Okay, but the AICTE with the syllabus prescribed by AICTE into the colleges, and it is becoming difficult to introduce some of these subjects. But we have to still see how to get some precast engineers with precast knowledge when they step outside the college. Okay, and then we are looking at other institutions like National Academy of Construction and other colleges, other institutions can also guide the engineers in precast construction is one. But then I have seen that some of the independent universities are setting up these precast subjects at the BTech level itself. And I am looking forward for NIT and other institutes also to follow this particular thing, because the precast industry is now struggling to develop the engineers in this particular field. Similarly, PEB, pre-engineered buildings, structural steel, where they are constructing warehouses and even the buildings, multi-story buildings. Okay, they are taking civil engineers fresh from colleges, civil and mechanical and electrical engineers fresh from colleges. They are ending up with about 6 months time in teaching them everything about their design, their production, erection, and all that. So 6 months time is being lost by them. So we are trying to look at how to bridge this gap and then see whether we have to run a 1-year PG diploma course or what is it. NIT did try, but NIT Warangal being at a far off place like Warangal, not in Hyderabad, demand did not rise up. So we have to really see how to do this particular thing into that. Right, there are again the composite construction technology where the PEB structural steel and the precast construction can go together. Okay, again there is a depth of engineers required in that particular field. And light gauge steel, cold form steel construction is also catching up. And then polymer wall construction is being brought by one good entrepreneur with an MBA from ISB. This gentleman had taken me along to Australia and then brought this polymer wall also. And then Mahindra group have taken him, and then he is doing lots of construction for them, where polymer wall construction is also like the formwork into which they put steel and pour concrete, no more painting, because the PVC wall into that. We will look at some of the civil engineering opportunities that are there in the field. We basically, for the civil engineer or mechanical engineer or electrical engineer, when we design the buildings or bridges or any industrial structures, right, we have these consultancies which are set up, which requires architects, structural engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers to design the respective field designs into them. Okay, and as far as the being ourselves predominantly a structural engineer plus architectural firm, we're also looking at engineers who have the knowledge into the structural softwares, okay, like ETAB and STAB, to create the models, various models whereby you can take the information from them and then develop how to do it. But then consulting organizations also require QA/QC engineers. Some BTech people can be trained on QA/QC of how to execute a project, duly signing on the inspection checklists and all that. Then we have project management consulting or consultancy offices. Into these offices, some execution engineers can go into these, but then predominantly they need also the planning engineers. Now, planning engineers have to come up with, after some experience, yeah, they can use the planning software and then see how much labor is required and how much time is required for each activity. And then they keep on defining the program progress catch up and then ensure that the project is completed on time. Along with that, there are contract administration engineers are required with the in-depth knowledge into contract agreements and everything. They also need QA/QC engineers and the PMC officers, along with the surveyors, to look at the levels to as the floor rises, what are the verticality and horizontal levels, where it is going in a perfect manner or not. And then the documentation specialists are non-technical engineers who are also required into project management. Thereafter, if you look at the execution firms, which are predominantly from the contractor side, they require planning engineers who knows Primavera or MS projects. They require contract administration engineers who are specialized guys after BTech with a quantity surveying and a contract administration certificate from NEAC or other organizations like NICMAR who are giving it. And of course, under the construction management, NIT and other institutions are also giving it. And they require execution engineers, QA/QC engineers, surveyors, documentation specialists, batching plant in charges, construction equipment engineers. There is lots of construction equipment being used in the sites. As Sachinand is talking about, we use the cranes, we use the earthwork excavators, we use the dumpers, whatnot, so much. So we also need mechanical engineers, electrical engineers who can who knows about this and runs this in a continuous level such that they are always operable. On the developer side, again, there will be planning engineers required, but senior engineers of 45 plus are required on their side to participate in the meetings into the PMC, which will conduct it and all. But again, having said this, I'm looking at another opportunity for our engineers for civil, mechanical, electrical on the sales side. Sales side also they can come. Like we have these construction chemical companies. We are looking at some BCom and BA guys comes and trying to talk about the technical product which is whereby they do not have any knowledge. If engineers are coming into the sales side, helping these construction companies like Fosrock, BASF, Sika and other companies, and they can explain the product a lot easier, knowing the in-depth subject of what is a grout, what is a repairing product, and what is a waterproofing system, how effective will be the waterproofing, different types of waterproofing system and all these. We need lots of engineers on the sales side for the construction chemical companies, and there are anchoring systems. Engineers are required on the sales side. Even paint system also, we require engineers. Different paints have come from different purposes, both for concrete as well as structural steel. And waterproofing agencies also require engineers. Canopies is a special type of equipment. Yes, engineers are required from the sales side for this also, as well as for the design also. And the precast connection supplies. Now, lots of with precast construction technology developing, lots of new connections are coming up, and we also require engineers to explain well about these products to the various companies and the departments, and then do it. And the entrepreneurship. Now, I spoke to you about execution jobs and all. Sales side, I said a job. Now, regarding entrepreneurs, yes, we have these drones coming up. Drone survey entrepreneurs are required. At the moment, some BCom, BA guys are doing some surveys. They are giving output. If you put question, they are not able to tell. If the engineers comes with a knowledge about surveying, then they can give a wonderful information coming from the drone. Okay, so there are drone survey equipment they can buy. Banks are giving the loan, and surveying can be done with the help of that. Engineers can enter into this field. And surveyors as agencies for various projects. Nowadays, what is happening, every contractor is hiring so many people. And likewise, he is also looking at a surveying agency who can deploy their surveying engineers for their project and do the surveying for them throughout the project. So surveyor agencies are also possible, and I have seen some number of agencies coming up into that. Yeah, precast construction, precast experienced engineers are required for the execution. Likewise, precast entrepreneurs are required for the various demands of the precast industry. And one more important field is BIM, BIM, Building Information Modeling. Almost every government project, central government project, are nowadays requiring the BIM specialist to be on board right from the day one. Because architect is giving his drawing, structural engineer is giving his drawing, mechanical and electrical engineer is giving their drawing. All these drawings should be put together and then look at a 3D way whether there are any clashes. That is where BIM specialist will be helping us a lot into that. These persons can group all of them and then avoid the clashes in the building. Then the next category of entrepreneurs is repairs and retrofitting of structures. I'm seeing some of the entrepreneurs coming into this field, and lots of engineers are required to knowing the subject of how to retrofit the structures and then extend the longevity of the structure. Okay, our earlier structures are getting work, but we can extend the life of the structure by 10 to 20 years more with a proper repairing. So we need lots of people as entrepreneurs into this field. Again, formwork designers as entrepreneurs are required. Number of contractors require formwork designers. They are not able to employ the engineer directly by themselves. So I've seen some of the formwork designers in Bombay and other places. So formwork designers as entrepreneurs are also required here. Formwork suppliers. I've seen abroad that people keep stock of materials of formwork and then supply to whomsoever it is required. So that way also these entrepreneurs are required in that field. Finally, the waterproofing system application. Okay, number of entrepreneurs are required in the civil engineering field. So with this, I end here. I gave a brief scope of how the engineers can be employed in the consulting organizations, PMC offices, and contractor side, developer side, and on the sales side, and then as entrepreneurs, various fields I have explained to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that insightful talk, Anya Prasad Garu. We hope to have you back in the afternoon session if possible. There are lots of questions from the parents and the students, and with your vast experience in both industry as well as in teaching, we hope that you will be able to provide some insight, some more deeper insight into that. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, sir.
See you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tejasvi. Now I invite the next speaker of this session, Sri Kiran Wagga. So he is a co-founder for the ThinkMates, an organization which helps academic institutions to improve their, to give some kind of industry-relevant courses and make them ready for the industry. Also, he is the CEO at the TISA Aerospace. Okay, so I invite him now to talk about his ideas. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Srikanth, for the introduction and giving me this opportunity to be part of this wonderful webinar. Good morning to everyone, all the academicians and from the industry, and also the parents and the students. Actually, this is I come from industry background, been in the industry from the last 19 years. I'm also a mechanical engineer by my engineering graduation happened in 2003. And I'm very sure that, I want to stick to my core field. And even though there was a traction being built across me in the year 2003 that, IT segment is being booming. But I've been consciously pick up myself to be in the, my core field. Henceforth, I've been pioneered in this. But one thing which I consciously done during my post graduation is that making sure that I want to be in the aerospace because when I see which field can be more exciting to me, and that's when I chosen. And I've been in this aerospace industry from the last 19 years. I worked for BE Aerospace for 10 years. Started my career with BE Aerospace as design engineer. But by the end of 10th year, I come out of the company as head of R&D. R&D. And then after I come out of BE Aerospace, I, in fact, started my own company. That's my first entrepreneurship in 2015 with my ex-colleagues. And we've been established the dedicated engineering design center for Safran Aerospace. Most of them may be knowing who is Safran. They are also one of the leading aerospace manufacturers in the world. We become the DADC for them in India. I've been there, co-founded that company for about 5 years. We've been developing the galleys in the aircraft, the entire design development and the prototyping been doing for them. And post that, I quit the company in 2020. And then started, my another venture into aerospace, which is into the unmanned aerial vehicles, which is called TISA Aerospace. This is my brief on it. And then parallelly, I also co-founded a company called ThinkMates, which is into the EdTech platform. I will tell you, being me into the industry from the last 19 years, why I want to be co-founded the EdTech platform as well. Key in my entire journey of my experience, I have been interviewed a lot of engineers to recruit into my positions. And I have seen one constant thing is that, what is needed by us as an industry being lacked by the engineers, which has been, even if it's not just the fresh engineering graduates I'm speaking about, even I'm talking about the the experienced professionals as well. Why? Because I'll tell most of the engineering work that comes, I'm talking about in the last 10 years, before, like say 4-5 years of the situation, everyone was doing a very, very basic engineering. Even if you talk about Scient, or if you talk about TCS, or if you talk about Tech Mahindras or Quest Global's, Capgeminis, who work on engineering services, they typically do on a very, very basic engineering, which is called engineering change request. And engineers will be only working on those design changes, and they were not really being penetrated into the actual design scenarios and the design life cycle. But I am very fortunate that the companies which have been involved are very been into the very core engineering which we've been developing. And when we are recruiting the engineers for our work, we don't see the people fit because they don't have the proper fundamentals, number one. And two, even though if they would have some fundamentals, they don't know how to translate them into the problem solving skills, which meaning that if somebody know the strength of materials, and then if I ask that there is a door having three latches, three hinges on the door to keep the door open and close, a very simple problem statement, right? And if I ask them to remove the first and the middle one, and then keep it only the bottom one and see if that works, or if I keep only the top and the bottom and I remove the middle hinge, will it work? And utterly they fail to translate their strength of material knowledge and the material science, and then translate that knowledge into solving this problem. Absolutely no. And seeing this all, there is a huge gap in the way how students being come out of the academias and then try to be placed into the core industries. There is a gap. And I also seen and heard about the problem statements and the current pressing problems from all the eminent professors and the faculty members from the academias. They were highly been saying that how the engineers from the core mechanical branches or the civil branches or the EC branches can able to get a proper internships with the live projects, not just for the sake of certificate, and able to pursue the real-time industry knowledge and then get placed in the core industries. That is the pressing problem, and exactly where I've been from the industry have seen that as a very, very big problem statement. While I've been founding all my development companies, even the currently I've been being the founder and CEO of TISA Aerospace. We are working on the unmanned aerial vehicles for a defense, where it will be precision target, where if I launch an UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle here, and it will go and find the target in the next 100 kilometers, find the target, track the target, and then hit the target by itself. It's like a suicidal UAV. So we were working on a very, very high-end tech in association with technology partner with IIT Kanpur. Even our R&D office located in R&D in IIT Kanpur, where we do all our flight tests in their campus, because they have a test strip runway and all. What I see, even to hire the engineers for my current organization, we can get the freshers, but not relatively who have this translating their knowledge into the problem statement to the product development. But what happens is we now need to hire these people, students, and then have to educate them and train them for the next 3 or 6 months, and then able to do it. So while having this problem set, so I also co-founded a new company called ThinkMates, which I'll just quickly talk about. I'll just present a couple of slides how this company is going to help all the academias and the students place in the core companies. That is the whole idea of bringing the ThinkMates. When we see the current industry, this is the chat GPT era, and wherein that in every skill is being upgraded, and then we have to transform ourselves, being as a mechanical engineer or being as a civil engineer or electronics engineer. I have to bring some sense of technology into my core field. Only then we can able to shift our technology to the move forward. So this is the permanent shift, because we have to move forward along with the technology. So and when we see this, majority of the core jobs need a multidisciplinary skills, which meaning that even if I'm a mechanical engineer, I have to know some knowledge on the embedded systems, some knowledge on the IoT, some knowledge on the programs, so that when I'm designing a robot for a say, then I will know the overall picture of what's happening and the integration. So for that sake, even the mechanical engineer, I need to know the multidisciplinary skills. So that is very, very important, and for all the institutions and the colleges and even the students. And if you see, every year there are 15 lakh engineering graduates are coming out of India. Only 16% are being employed, and then out of that, only 3.2% of the graduates are really placing in the core industry. But if this continues, because if you see the Atmanirbhar Bharat, which we are talking about, the self-reliant country by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, we want to have our core industries to be developed in India, right? And likewise, if you see a lot of core industries like Ola Electric, Aether Electric, and all these are like a budding industries are coming, and there are so many of FDIs are coming, foreign direct investments, and then establishing in India to develop the manufacturing. If we continue to be focused only on being on the IT industry, like a lot of students are being attracted for the current scenarios to be in the IT industry because there is a quick money coming in. But students are unaware of one reality, is that even if they may get a lucrative salary at this juncture, but over the next 5 years, their growth will be stalled, because the engineers comes from the IT or a CSC will pick up, because they have learned their education for 4 years, and they can pick up very quick and faster. And the people who move from mechanical or other core industries, core branches, move to the thing, they may grow for 5-7 years. After that, their growth will be start. That's where the regrets will come. And this cycle not been aware of a lot of students. With that unawareness, a lot of people are moving into the IT. But what I'm saying, since the market is also opened up in the last 4 years to 5 years of being the Atmanirbhar Bharat, lot of startups, lot of big industries are being coming into the manufacturing of diodes, of chip manufacturing, electric vehicle manufacturing. So now there is a high demand of the core industries, core stream engineers are there. Now this is the time where we need to grab this opportunity, so that, like, I'm a very, very live example. In 2003, I've been very consciously been want to be in mechanical engineering, and then been pioneering in. And I'm telling you very proudly that the batchmates of mine are not definitely in par with the progress that I am in right now. Just because that I'm in a core industry and I've been studied my engineering of mechanical for 4 years, I use that technology and the knowledge been in my career growth. That makes me my growth very faster. So being that the thinkmates which I'm talking about, that we are actually bringing the technology multidiscipline approach and the application oriented, like how we want to bring the problem statement, and then curating a course and then delivering to the students. And once the students will able to happen, this upskill course has been taken, after that we are going to we have tie-ups with a lot of corporates and a lot of core industries, and we will be giving an opportunity for them to be an internship. Like one of the faculty member was been telling that it's not just internship as for a certificate sake, it is for the live projects. So that is where we are addressing through this. And then from there it is like an intern to hire. If people industry is liking them, they will hire as an opportunity, right? Like a full time. So this is where when we are talking about the multidisciplinary, even a robotics engineer have to be known IoT system and automation and the data analytics and the cybersecurity. If they know all of this, and they have a very high chances for the student to get placed in the core industries which are in the upskilling. And these are our current offerings in the IoT, robotics and automation, data analytics, cybersecurity, aerospace interiors, drone technology. And what is our pedagogy of teaching is that 30% we try to deliver through our foundation courses, and then 40% is like how to develop the product using our foundations or the basics of the engineering. And then 30% we try to bring how to convert all of this into the solving the real time problem. That is the very, very important thing which is we're gonna focus, because we all come from the industry, and then we know how to make the engineers ready to make sure that they become the industry ready. And this is our theme. And then and these are our technology placement partners. All these industries are come from the core backgrounds. Like if you see Raghuvamsi groups, and then Bomotex and Skanda, all this Compretech, all the QR robot, Cloudplane, all these industries are like a core industries where they want really the engineers from the core engineering field. So there is a very good opportunities here lies in, like I'm repeating it again, that any engineer who stick to their core field and then be want to pioneer in this in their core stream of engineering, they have a high chances of the growth for the long term. Because we should not get attracted for the current scenarios, we have to look for our career for the long term. Because this lot of people cannot able to visualize, because I've been seen the entire life cycle of 18 years to 19 years, and then I've seen the people who have started their career in the last 18 years in the field of IT, although they are from the core engineering stream, and where they are at today. And I have seen all that. We have done a lot of case studies on it. I'm talking with the metrics, not just this thing. So with this time, I want to conclude this. And thanks for the opportunity, Dr. Srikanth.
Yeah, thank you, Kiran, for your nice talk and explaining everything. I hope you will be in the panel discussion, so we'll have more discussions, with the parents and other panelists. Okay, thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Ramana to introduce our next speaker.
Okay. Good morning to all the industrial experts and esteemed academicians, and also extended my thanks to especially Professor Srikanth sir and other correspondent Tejasvi sir and Professor Vasugar also. And now I invited, and I take this opportunity to invite from especially Dr. A. Satish Babu Garu. Actually, he is one of the good speaker, and also before that one, his contribution, especially for the both teaching and industry in both areas, his expertise is excellent, and he is one of the symbol for especially the young engineers and core engineers peoples. How the person have an interest, he can excel and he can chase anything, especially based on his achievements. We can say that one. I think the branch is not actually constrained for the achieving the better opportunities. And at present situation, when the person have his own interest and maybe, for example, he have a passion to do something, certainly they can do anything. So I think especially Dr. Satish sir, he's a topper in the UPS, not only for the engineering services, and also topper in the civil services also. And also he is one of the best mentor also, especially I know how many students actually grown up and shaped up under his guidance. And also actually he is, especially his main interest is visiting to the many private engineering colleges and government engineering colleges, and addressing the students and motivating the students. And he believes that one, if there is a need to change the society, then there is only possibility to change the classroom education system. That actually is strong believeness. So I think he's doing the same thing. And at present, he is working as a director in the Indian Railways. So even he got a better rank in the civil services, but he chooses because he want to work under the Indian Railways. So that's why he is contributing his services. Now, actually, I think he had many achievements, gate scoring and many government jobs. So I think I'm expecting he can definitely inspire especially parents. So actually what they want, especially at present days, there is a need of package and money is more concern, but that is actually not right track. And I think once again, I'm requesting to the Dr. Satish sir, please address the parents and discuss regarding what is this particular webinar and how this is important for the especially parents and students. Please, sir.
So good morning, Dr. Ramana Garu. So it is a kind words. Thank you very much for inviting for this webinar. So it is a really great opportunity to address the parents as well along with the students. So since that you mentioned that, so all this group of the people that who are attending the webinar is the civil engineering and mechanical engineering. So since I am a civil engineer, probably that I will try to give some points within the stipulated time that you have given the 10 minutes time. So probably I will finish within the 7 to 8 minutes. So basically that I am a civil engineering officer. So I have an experience of the both academic as well as the industry. So I worked in the different capacities in the Indian Railways in the civil engineering related aspects. So I worked in the South Central Railway and even for the Karnataka state, Maharashtra, Northeast states, and other Delhi also for some time. So most of the people generally they recognize me as a career counselor. In fact, they generally nobody knows that I am a civil engineer. Very few people only knows that I am a civil engineering. Generally, because I generally talk in all the every aspect of the different fields. Let it be medical or maybe engineering or maybe computer science or abroad and Indian education system and etc. Since I also have a clear idea about the other fields, so probably so I don't have any really towards any specific interest or specific encouragement or maybe any promotion for the civil engineering or mechanical engineering or anything. So for me everything is same. But being a civil engineering, so whatever I have experience in the civil engineering industry in the last 20 years, that I would like to summarize some of the points. The first one is in the present generation, even whenever I address the civil engineering and mechanical engineering students, even in the IIT, recently I addressed the civil engineering students also in the IIT Guwahati. So every student generally their target is simply, okay, let me learn some this coding and let me go to the any IT field or something like that, or maybe they are trying for the MBA through CAT exam, or they are trying for US for MS for any foreign country, something like that. They are always neglecting the core engineering branches, and they are always trying to go for some other profession, other careers, and other education. Other education. So that is the one of the main reason people are not even try to understand what exactly the civil engineering and mechanical engineering, and they are not even try to explore the opportunities availability. Just simply they follow the whatever the temporary benefits of the packages and all these things. So being a civil engineering, so I will tell you just one important point is the initial salaries and all may be the low. Yes, I agree. So probably maybe you may start with the 50,000 or 60,000, something like that. Maybe even if you graduate from NIT or IIT. But just once you come to the any managerial level, maybe project manager, something like this. If you are in the design, maybe that particular ladder. So in that particular time, generally your financial benefits, because majority of the students and the parents, they are looking for the money only. Of course, I'm not denying on that particular aspect. I'm coming to that particular point only. After 10 years of the experience in the civil engineering or in the mechanical engineering, particularly in the industry, the salaries, if you compare with the 10 years or after 15 years, after 20 years of the service, the civil engineering that who are really in the top level, particularly not in the average level. So I'm just comparing with the graduates who are coming out from the NITs and IITs, who are taking the good positions in the initial level. The salaries point of view also, they are getting very good salaries. Even for my classmates who are in the civil engineering field, if you take the 10 people, almost they are getting salary more than 60-70 lakhs per annum, even in the Hyderabad. Even my own roommates also. So initially they may have the low salaries. So don't look for the temporary things. That's the first point. The second one is, the important observation is, the average IQ level of the civil engineering and mechanical engineering is very, very low as compared to the computer science engineers. Because the intake for the civil engineering and mechanical engineering is very low level as compared to other, maybe IIT rank or maybe other perspective also. Generally, the IQ level is very low for the average IQ level in the country is very low in the civil and mechanical engineering students. That is the reason their competition is very low as compared to the other branches. That is the reason, if you look at any other competitive examinations like a GATE exam or engineering service exam, whatever exam you take it, the cutoff marks, the IQ level, the student potential, if you take it into all the considerations, the cracking all these examinations are comparatively very, very easy. So that means the student is really not that much of sharp and average level of IQ level. Maybe these branches definitely will be benefit, particularly to crack the any competitive examinations in India, particularly in the GATE or engineering service examination. Coming to the competition, if you take the exactly 5-6 years back, the mechanical engineering students, the GATE 2.5 to 3 lakh students are appearing. Now this year in 2022-23, almost 1,10,000, 1,15,000 people are only appeared for the GATE examination. Civil engineering also drastically coming down, and computer science and EC is going up. That means the competition for the civil and mechanical engineering is drastically coming down for every year for all the competitive examinations in the country. This is not the negative point. In fact, rather it is a positive point. It is a good opportunity for the average students who really want to excel in their core field, particularly to get the government jobs or maybe any PSU public sector units or maybe any engineering service exam or any state service examinations. Coming to the third point. Even in my railways, I will tell you my personal experience. A lot of my seniors are retired from the Indian Railways. Now at the age of the 75, still they are working in the different companies as a consultant. They are earning 4 lakhs or 4 to 5 lakhs per month. If you take the IT engineers or any dynamic type of fields, these fields, once you never see the persons who are earning, particularly at the age of the 65 or 70, 75. Generally, people are almost exhausted and retiring at the age of the 40, 45 or something. It is just like a medical field. So even the doctor can earn the money at the age of the 65 or 70 as long as he is really physically fit to do the work. So if you take the long-term stability of the career, initially 10 years may be low. I'm not denying that one for average students. But if you take the long-term benefit, particularly long-term point of view, definitely the core engineering branches definitely will be very, very advantageous. Maybe you may have the doubt. You may have the doubt that so we don't have the opportunities for the civil and mechanical engineering. The salaries are very low. Yes, it is exactly correct. I'm not denying. But if the student is really passionate towards the civil and mechanical engineering, if he studied very well in the engineering, there is a very huge shortfall in this country. We are not able to get the good civil engineers and mechanical engineering in the field works. Lot of companies, if you take any big company in the country, they are crying. They are almost literally, they are looking for the, good people. So even the civil engineers are not able to operate the theodolite and survey instruments also. That is the reality of the present civil and mechanical engineering students. The point is not the employability. It is not the unemployment. It is the question of the employability. It is a skill set. It is a combination of the skill set and mindset. If you have a skill, particularly in the core branches, I don't think that you will get a problem in the employment as well as the long-term stability. It is the only question of your mindset and the skill set. That's all. So most of these people that who are coming out even from IITs and NITs also, generally, since they are not able to focus the core branches and core knowledge, particularly fluid mechanics or even thermodynamics or maybe basic structural engineering designs All these things, actually, they are not good at these subjects. That is the one of the main reasons generally they are not able to get the good positions in the initial stages. Even though if you get an initial stage, even though the salaries are low, need not worry. So in the long run, definitely you will get the very, very good salaries. Since I'm not an academician, since I came from the industry, I'm telling you, a lot of people are earning very good amount of money. Everybody, every middle class family in the country, they look for the money, they look for the placements. I know. So that is the reason I'm coming in that particular perspective only. Next, coming to the size of the projects, how the civil engineering people are handling. If you take civil engineering, any project in the country, even in the Northeastern Railway, for example, the projects which that generally I'm doing the survey at right now, almost they are the national projects, almost 60,000 crores. Even you cannot imagine 60,000 crores for the new railway lines. So it is not a small value. Even if you take any good apartments or maybe any gated community projects or any bridges or any dams, if you take any civil engineering project, the value will be almost more than 100-200 times of the any other IT related projects. The value of the project, the turnover, the revenue of the projects are very low. Of course, the profits is a different aspect. I am talking about the total, the volume of the project. Once if you come to the project manager level at the age of maybe probably 40-45 at the age of that particular age, then you will get an opportunity to handle these large size projects. So once you are having such experience to handle this large size projects, definitely your real momentum, your real career will start at the age of the 45. In fact, the growth of any human being should be arithmetically, it should be gone up. Unfortunately, some of the fields in the present generation, the people who are getting at the 40-50 lakhs at the age of the 22, don't think that their growth of, their career growth, it is not really like a arithmetical increment or something like this. It's not about the geometrical or exponential. Even it is not arithmetical growth. So arithmetical increment is always, it is a very healthy, it is a very good for any human being, for any development. It is not for the even career, let it be any knowledge or maybe health or maybe any spiritual thinking, anything, it is always should increase. Should not decrease. It should not stagnate. So these fields generally, initially it may be the low, as long as you are a sharp common sense. The civil engineering field doesn't require much intelligence, to be honest. It requires just common sense and to manage, how to manage the man and resources and money. Simple. How to manage, if you are able to basic some technical and managerial skills with some common sense, anybody can handle any size of the civil engineering or mechanical engineering project very easily. So that is the reason these people will get the opportunity to handle very large size projects, even in the Indian Railways, even in the defense sector, even in the roads, national highways. If you take the majority of the projects, generally they handle, by the civil engineering officers only. Since maybe probably most of the people, they may not have the awareness about the size of the project and how they are handling this. That is the reason just I am telling you. So coming to the health aspects. Generally, if you take the majority of the civil engineer, generally they work for the designs as well as or maybe in the field as a project manager. In the health point of view also, though they may work in the remote areas, but in the consistently, if they work in the physical activity related job, generally their health point of view also comparatively other fields who are really sitting in the offices, generally comparatively, definitely their health consistently, their health condition will be comparatively good. My sincere suggestion for the civil and mechanical engineering students is, initially you please try to work in the designs, because unless you have the design knowledge, you cannot execute the project efficiently. Design knowledge is very, very essential to execute the project. Being a fresh engineer, you may not be, don't aim for the very big that let me be a project engineer or a project manager. No, practically it may not be possible. Try to work maybe 3 to 4 years as a design engineer. Then you will get the complete idea about all the elements of the components of the any project, let it be bridge or maybe any workshop, let it be anything. So then automatically, if you work in the field, maybe you can excel like anything. Next, the proudness. If you take any projects, wherever you construct, even if you take my projects, just Vijayawada Guntur double line, even Gadwal Raichur new railway line, even in Guntur Vijayawada, whatever the railway flyovers at the 2008, 2009, 10, 11, 13 that I myself constructed. If you see the name of that board, so you can find out my name. Even if you see whatever the rest houses in Gunturu, even Nalgonda, these areas that I worked, where I worked in the Karnataka. So still, even if you go after 10 years also, you will find that my name in that particular. Yes, it is one type of the proudness, and it will be the permanent forever, and people will recognize your work. And technology and other aspects also, you need not update. You only just look after your health, and if you have the common sense, that itself is enough. So if you think long-term point of view, definitely this is very good opportunity for the civil and mechanical engineering. The additional point that I would like to add is the technology. Yes, no doubt, technology is very, very essential for the each and every field. The people who are telling that the IT engineers or IT jobs, whatever the people are telling, don't think that the technology IT field is related to one particular engineering. No, every technology, even if you take the artificial intelligence, don't think that artificial intelligence is a one branch. It never be. It is a tool. Any specialization, medical health sector also using the artificial intelligence. Mechatronics, mechanical people are also using. Even for the agricultural people are also using. Civil engineering people are also using for the artificial intelligence very extensively already started. So this artificial intelligence and machine learning or whatever the data science, all these are not really technical core branches. They are the tools. Basically, the application for these particular tools or any field. Majority of the technology now, it is a health sector is being used. Actually, if you take any health sector, all the developments or whatever the developments are now you are seeing, generally all these technologies are generally is used in this medical field. So that is the reason. So I recommend all the students, you please learn the technology also, like computer programming and all these things. It is really essential. But this technology, whatever the technology that you are learning along with our engineering, the same technology you can use in our core branch. Don't think that core branch is separate, IT is separate. If you take any IT job, whoever is coming and take the placements, basically they are working in different industries. Don't think that computer science is a one branch and generally you work. No. They generally work for the banking sector or maybe aerospace industry or maybe medical industry. Let it be any industry. If you have the technical knowledge as well as the core knowledge and IT knowledge, if you have this type of combination, obviously you can excel in your core branch very easily. Because I'm not really detaching the technology. No, technology is very much, even GPS technology, now that whatever the world tallest bridge in Northeastern Frontier Railway, world tallest, it is not the India's tallest 152 meters, it is not a feet. So it is a railway bridge. So that design, fortunately, that I was involved, in 2015, the consultancy was the Singapore consultancy. So I was really proud that a lot of technology we used, a lot of softwares we used. Being a civil engineer, I'm not saying that I'm not using any technology or any software, something like that. We use the technology and softwares also. So next point is generally most of the civil engineering students, they don't want to work in the site and they want to be in the office and they want to sit in the AC rooms. No, initially you can work in the design field maybe 2-3 years, but unless you go to the site, you will not really enjoy the real civil engineering field, and even financially also you will not get really benefit. Designing the career will be the good career. I'm not saying that it is not a good career, but as far as the financial benefit, as far as the health point of view and the career progression and the size of the project, if you consider all these points, the working in the site is very, very essential. In the early age, you can work in the Himachal Pradesh, Bihar, wherever you get an opportunity, please work just 4 to 5 years. Once you get to the good position in a manager level, probably you may get in the good places. Don't hesitate to work in the site. Don't hesitate to work in the remote areas in the beginning. Don't compare with your friends. So that is once you work in the initial stage of 7 to 8 years, you get an experience how to handle the management, manpower, how to handle the finances, how to handle the resources, all these things. If you have this capacity, along with the technical capacity, you should have the managerial capacity also. Because handling the big projects in civil and mechanical engineering, a lot of airports are coming up, a lot of ports are coming up. If you take recent, the central government also announced a lot of projects, almost smart cities, very, very long projects are coming up. Even in the Delhi also, new airport is coming up. Every district also, airports and ports and railway network, road network also. The railway network also, even in the Northeast Frontier Railway, next 20 years already projects are also sanctioned. We are crying and dying for the engineers. Once you work for 1-2 years, if you dedicate and work for 2 years, then automatically, am I audible? Somebody is giving the message that some internet is not coming up. Hello?
Audible, yes, sir.
You are okay, sir. Please continue.
You're okay. You're audible. Thank you.
అదే నేను మీటింగ్లో ఉన్నాను చెప్పు తీసుకెళ్ళి సార్ నేను వస్తానండి సార్ హలో 1 minute లేదు నేను మీటింగ్లో ఉన్నాను 1 నిమిషం చేస్తాను మీరు మాట్లాడుతూ ఉండండి వస్తాను రాజేష్ గారు సో am I audible now నా మాట వినపడుతుంది
yes sir good okay sir good sir
so now the point is the students and parents should think in the long term benefit. One should focus on the technical knowledge, core engineering. Parallel to the core engineering, whatever the elective subjects you have, particularly Python or whatever the technical skills are required to understand the softwares, let it be STAD or STAD Pro or maybe ETAB, whatever the softwares and as well as the programming skills are also, it is really essential for the civil engineering also. I'm not really detaching for the technology with the core engineering branch. If you put the little bit more effort on this technology also, definitely, because a lot of new technologies are coming up in the civil engineering field. If you see the Hyderabad metro, all the pre-stressed, pre-tensioned elements are they are doing in the workshop and they are getting through the cranes or maybe they are transporting and they are doing. In the entire world, almost I visited a lot of countries. Recently, I visited Vietnam also. A lot of civil engineering works are going on. Qatar also. Almost in the world, 50% of the countries, major countries, almost I visited. Even 2 weeks back also, I was there in the Singapore. A lot of civil engineering works are going on very exponentially. You can see, because you cannot stop the civil engineering field, particularly being a civil engineer, I am telling you, you cannot stop the growth of any nation. Growth nation means indirectly, it is the infrastructure. Without infrastructure, you cannot expect anything in any country, any economy, anything. So I'm not denying IT is a good job but good career. Yes, it is a good career. Since you are studying in the civil engineering, you please focus on the civil engineering. If you are studying in the computer science, you please focus on the computer science only. If you are studying in the electrical, you study in the electrical only. I'm not saying that IT is not good. If I get an opportunity to give the webinar in the computer science graduates, probably I will tell in a different perspective. Since you are studying in one particular field, better to be expertise in that particular field. I can tell you probably in another dimension. In the country, if you take the 100 students of civil engineering or any engineering or B pharmacy or maybe any field, let it be computer science engineers or maybe agriculture, any field, designs or whatever it is. The top 10%, 5 to 10% of the people always will have the demand. Irrespective of the branch. If you are in the top 10% in the national average, then whatever the branch you study, it is useless. For example, if you are studying in the computer science, if you are in the national top average, top 10, 15%, then if you are in the 50% average, your life will be almost miserable. Your life will be dead. A lot of computer science engineers are almost, they are not able to excel in their field because it is not the question of the branch. It is the question of your ability and your skill set and your mindset. If you are studying in history, let it be. It doesn't have any problem. As long as you are in the top 5% of the nation, you are almost assured. Almost you will get a very good path. రావు గారు మా ఫ్రెండ్ పంపించాను చైర్మన్ గారిని కల్పించాను నేను వస్తాను చిన్న వెబినార్లో ఉన్నాను 5 నిమిషాలు అయిపోతుంది 10 నిమిషాలు. So my point with my 20 years of experience, even myself, I got the civil service rank. So in fact, I chose this engineering service, IRSC, it is called Indian Railway Engineering Service of Engineers. So I really like it and the profession and a lot of respect, and we handle the very, very big projects. So if you see the Guntur Vijayawada double line, entire project was done by me in 2007. So even after 5-10 years also I can say is a very proudness. Money, of course, it is required, but in the early age, money, if you get a money in the early age, probably most of the people are not happy. That is the reason the happiness is the rarest commodity in the present generation. So that is the reason the growth always should be in the arithmetical, at least for happiness, for spiritual, for physical, for financial, for our whatever the element you are. And coming to the job opportunities, yes, as I mentioned to you, the top 10, if you are really confident, if you are really smart enough, if you strongly believe that top 10% of the nation, if you are able to get that particular position, then you are assured. If you are an average student, then it is a problem for you. But even if you are an average student, if you learn other branch, then also it is a problem for you. Because if you go to some other field, if you are not able to excel, if you are able to go to the top position, 10 to 15% of the national average, obviously you will get a problem there also. Better don't try to run here and there. One more caution is, if you are a civil engineer, if you are not really hardworking nature, if you are not really passionate towards civil engineering, even if you join the job, you may not be able to excel. This is also I am telling you. But don't try to, keep in the mind that, don't try to something in your mind that, okay, I'm not able to do the job. Maybe my health will be spoiled. Remote areas, salaries are low. All these things will be in the initially 7 to 8 years, probably maximum 10 years only. At the very beginning years that I also worked in the remote areas, let it be no issue. Once we get a children's growing at the age of the maybe probably 35, 40, then your stability is very, very important. The stability at the age of 22 is not really required. That is the risk age. I'm using the word risk age. You have to do if you want to be entrepreneur, you have to do the risk at the age of the 21 to 25. If you want to learn something, you do it. It is a risk age. Once you come to the 35, 40, you cannot do any type of risk. Then you require the stability of the job and security, job security and financial management. All these things are required. That is the reason people are generally not doing any type of risk once they come to the 45 or 50 years of the age. Even they have the very high level skill set. Even in the same webinar, there may be some of the people may have the very high level of skill set. They can do anything, but they cannot relocate. They cannot change the job because of their family constraints, children's education, and other health constraints, and etc. That is the reason you please do the risk. Whatever the risk you want, you learn in the initial stage, get the less money, and you try to, you always try to think what is my career after 15 years. Don't think that what is my life, what is my salary, what is my career after your graduation. No, it is not required. You have to think in every step what exactly I want in my life after 15 years. Don't question yourself what exactly I want in my life after your undergraduation. If you think in a long way, then probably you will not be greedy. So these 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs, these packages looking wise is very good. But really sustaining the position, sustaining the money, the pressure, the growth, all these things, it is not so easy because most of the people, they may not have the awareness. The reason is, in the entire nation, if you take the 2% or maximum 3% of the people are only in the high level. The remaining 95% of the people are not in the really top level of whatever the packages that you are hearing. The reality, the real picture, you may not be able to really assess exactly what they are suffering and what they are doing because you don't have any approach of these type of people. Maybe you may imagine something, but the reality may be different.
Sir,
so that is the reason I strongly advise being a civil engineering, whoever the civil engineering or mechanical engineering students, please focus on the engineering branch only. Let it be whatever the branch. You please try to learn the IT skills and programming skills parallelly. You try to do the designing job 2 to 3 years in the entire your career. You should not be completely in the field job. At least 2 to 3 years you should work in the design. Then you please try to do the field job. Lot of people are doing the projects for worth of 200, 100, 300, 500 crores of rupees for civil engineering. One project manager handling 100 crores of worth project, you cannot even imagine how the power, how the management, all these things. So all these things will come at the age of the 45, but you should have the patience and you should have the long-term vision and plan. Even you can work at the age of the 80 years. You know that even for some of the associates, RV associates, even for whatever the companies that you are, listening, most of the people, lot of retired people, R&B or maybe irrigation department or maybe in the railway department, defense department, they are getting almost 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs per month at the age of the 70. You can imagine. At that age, really money is required. By the time the people, children will be settled, there is no guarantee that they will send the money and all these things. The real money, real requirement will be there at the age of the 40 and above. Don't think that for entertainment and enjoyment and the large benefits and all these things. This is my sincere advice for the who are really aiming for the long career, long-term vision. So any questions are welcome. Probably time is restricted. Generally, my seminars will be 3 hours, 4 hours generally. Whenever I go to the colleges and all these things. Since anyway, whatever the time they have given 10 minutes, probably I have almost taken 5 or 6 minutes extra. Anyway,
thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Satish, sir. Really, you have addressed the entire parents and students properly. Now, that is the choice of the students and parents. What they really they want: money, or money with health, or money with health with spirituality, or money, health, spirituality with long life. So, with enjoyable and peaceful life is required at the age of retirement. Now, actually, we have given the entire choice to the parents and students. Thank you very much. Really, it is a great opportunity for the students, especially parents, in a dynamo stage, what they have to take the decision. So, very good, sir, and we are very happy. And if possible, you try to join with the panel session also. Many questions actually they are asking, especially for you only. So, I will address you, sir. I will provide you by WhatsApp.
Please, any student or any parent, if you require any type of career-related aspects, maybe you can WhatsApp me. I will give you my number also. You please note down.
Yeah, sure.
Probably 8333 928333. So you can type it. Maybe if student is really wanted any type of career advice, not only for the civil engineering, maybe any type of career-related advice. So you always welcome. Maybe don't call. You just please message and you write something, and probably I will try to give the reply. May not be immediately, but you will get a reply.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Once again, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir. Good. Huh?
Right. Sir.
Okay. Srikanth, sir, please, sir. Proceed, sir. Okay, sir. Bye, sir.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Satish, sir. I think it's very nice, and I will sometime invite you NIT also for UHB classes and other things. Now I invite Dr. Manoj from DRDO. So I request him to give some share his experiences on some defense applications and defense opportunities for mechanical engineering students and civil engineering students. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Srikanth, sir. It was a very nice motivational talk by Dr. Satish, sir. So coming to the next, to my session.
Dr. Manoj, you are not audible. You're audible. You're audible now. You're audible. Right. Correct.
Okay, sir. So very nice motivational talk by Dr. Satish, sir. So coming to the next session, that is about mechanical engineering in defense applications. So that is actually what I wanted to talk about. So very good afternoon to one and all. And it's a very good initiative taken by Professor Srikanth and team, where this kind of interaction among students, academicians, and industry experts in terms of this webinar is conducted. And I thank the same team for making me part of this interaction. So mainly when I come out of my office or in the society, a number of people I hear saying that there is no scope for this core engineering like mechanical, civil, the pay is very less. Why we should go in these fields when you are already you are getting good pay in the software? They say simply software. So I just wanted to show some slides in a broad way so that it will make you clear that the core engineering, that is mechanical and civil, they are really required now and after 5 years, after 10 years. So can I show the slide, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Please go ahead, Mr. Manoj.
Hello, Manoj sir. Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you able to see my slide, sir?
Yeah. You can get.
So if we see the actual mechanical engineering, how it is categorized, broad way, if we see, it is design engineering, thermal engineering, and manufacturing engineering. So the things which we see here in design engineering is mainly mechanics, design of machine members. These are the subjects which we are taught in our engineering, dynamics of machining. Similarly, thermal engineering, if you take heat transfer, thermodynamics, and thermal engineering, manufacturing engineering, that is materials and its science, manufacturing process, metrology. But now coming, how you are going to apply for the defense application. So if you see our country or anywhere outside the country, mainly the defense is categorized in terms of combat vehicles, strategic systems, aeronautical systems, electrical systems, naval systems, armament systems. So if we talk about combat vehicles, I wanted to show the picture here so that students and parents should see and they should appreciate how the mechanical engineers are very much required in these kind of fields. Because if you see our defense, mainly our users for these kind of things are armed services. And if you see if you take your example itself, so you will buy the things from the market where you will get cheap and with a good quality. So here the main engineering is required, where in our India, like government is supporting our organizations, all our manufacturing agencies, that you make in India, so that after sale support, warranty, these kind of things will come down, and the cost of complete equipment which you are manufacturing also will come down. So if you see the combat vehicles, so there is a vehicle itself, the system, and there is a fire gun. If you see here, it is a weapon here. So if you see the mechanical engineering application here, there is a chassis, there is a engine, there is a steering system, there is a chain sprocket, braking system, suspension system, and armor that is here. And if you take the fire gun, it will have mobility drives like elevation and azimuth, and there will be a ballistic system. And if you see the armed services, they will be sitting inside this tank. Just think about the situation, the temperature outside in the desert, it will be like nearly 50 degrees, and people sitting inside like it is 10 to 20 people. So how they will be surviving? So air conditioning is required for this system. So our engineer, it is not like apply the basic engineering, basic mechanical engineering, but you should apply in such a way that it should be advanced technology, that this vehicle or this complete weapon should be used for next 10 years, because every year we cannot upgrade these kind of systems. So challenges in terms of design of the structure, because mileage again. So how much, I don't know, what is the how much fuel it will consume for 1 kilometer, because it is a very heavy, and normally it goes at a speed of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour in the desert. So mechanisms, material, air conditioning, and manufacturing. So these kind of things, these are the challenges for the coming mechanical engineers. And coming to the strategic systems, where we are seeing here, there is a vehicle. Again, I will say the same thing. For the vehicle, it needs chassis, it needs engine, like it has to travel in different terrains, mountain, marshy areas, desert areas, and steering system for same kind of thing. Braking system, it is not similar to the commercial system what we find in normal our roads, normal city roads or town roads. So these have to travel in a very miserable kind of terrains. So similarly, if you see, there is a launcher system. The launcher system needs to have deployment, motion drives, and there is a canister from which this missile is coming out, and plume management, because this plume should not be detected by the enemies. And coming to the main weapon itself, here it is a missile. So airframe, there will be a warhead, pyro mechanisms will be there, design of grain for propulsion system will be there. There is a control system, so for which the control surfaces, actuators are required. There is a guidance system in which we have to design the chassis of the missile in such a way that should take care of that natural frequencies, isolated design. So there are the challenges in terms of design of structure, mechanism, material, thermal management, and manufacturing system. Similarly, coming to the electrical system, that for example, if you take the land-based radar, so again, similarly, vehicle is there, radar is there. So again, for radar, you need to design for lightweight, design for maximum transmission of that radio waves and its reception. There should not be any loss. And similarly, since it is like you are elevating it and keeping it at some altitude, so there should be some stealth so that enemy should not detect. And similarly, for all these kind of terrains, if you see, there is a stabilization system. So it has to move on different terrains. So again, here challenges in terms of structure, mechanisms, material, temperature management, and manufacturing is required. Next is aeronautical systems. In aeronautical systems, again, we have to design engine in such, see, any aircraft, we normally go with strength to weight ratio, means high strength and low weight. Engine also, it should give maximum output with less input, weight also should be less. So again, here in terms of material and structure and landing gear mechanism, like if you see for our Indian Navy, very recently we had built INS Vikrama, we have Vikramaditya, and new one INS Vikrant has come up, aircraft carrier, where deck landing is required. So landing gear mechanism has to be designed and developed. And similarly, payloads like missiles, radars, bombs, drop tanks, and integration. So everywhere you will find the requirement of mechanical engineers, not only mechanical engineers, it is about the engineers with good skills with advanced technologies. Now again, coming to the armament systems, where we find this light machine gun, artillery gun, and pistol. So these are the mechanisms: recoil mechanism, cocking mechanism, elevating mechanism, and traverse mechanism. So these kind of things, once we see, so there is a requirement of these engineers. So I want you to make a note that we have these machines, but we have to manufacture these machines at a cost lesser than what it is available in outside market. Then only we can we can face the competition. So my main concluding remarks here will be that there is lot of scope for mechanical engineers. Like they say, no, there is a very less pay for it. So I'll just say that there is no free lunch. You have to work for that and you have to earn that. And similarly, third thing where I want to stress upon the academics, that both R&D, manufacturing agencies, and academicians, they should have a very formal interaction among themselves, and they should make a curriculum. They should update the curriculum so that the mechanical engineer should have, like my predecessors, they have said that multidisciplinary it should be, so that they will have good exposure and they can compel, and so that we can be in the race for these kind of defense applications. So thank you very much. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj. Dr. Vasu, can you introduce the next speaker?
Yeah. So the next speaker is from CMTI, that is Center for Manufacturing Technology Institute. So this is a hybrid institute where both industry and teaching is going to be occurring in there. So now I got one expert from this particular area, that is Narendra Reddy. So he is going to be working on the advanced industry 4.0, the smart manufacturing technologies, what we are going to be having. So now I will hand over to Narendra Reddy sir. Just you can insight what are the things which we are going to be having in the advanced manufacturing or smart manufacturing. Okay, over to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Just a moment. I'll share my screen.
Yeah, your screen is visible, sir.
First of all, thank you for giving this opportunity. I'll be talking mainly on research perspective related to core engineering. In India, I think we are addressing to engineering students, so I'll be talking more related to that. See, we have a lot of potential in terms of engineering developments, and let me show you what exactly I do and where developed countries are focusing more. Basically, scientists, I think either DRDO or ISRO, and CMT is also a research institute. We basically work on projects which are new to the country, or maybe technologies where there is a national importance. And then, as it is a national facilities, we also offer services among the strategic sectors. And then, of course, these are the premium institutes where they also need to train manpower development. So we also teach, train the students, and we publish papers so that others can get some understanding about it. And we also offer services on high-end instruments as well. These are the products which I was involved in development. Basically, these are also first time to the country. Some of the products which I have involved mainly on nanotechnology products in the initial phase, somewhere from 2009 to 2019. Almost 10 years I worked on these projects. I have been involved in development of nano positioning stage, then scanning tunneling microscope, then hydrostatic guideways, and aerostatic spindle. Then apart from that, I have involved in development of diamond turning machine. And if you see all these products, all these products were first time to the country. And mainly one product I would like to highlight, that is the last machine, that is ultra precision machines, basically single point diamond turning. There are only 3 players in the world who have made this kind of machines, and the CMTI is one among them. I will be only talking about that particular machine rather than all the other products. This machine is a very popular machine, mainly for different reasons. This machine, each it will cost about 5 crores Indian rupees for a 2-axis turning machine. What you can produce using this machine is you can make night vision camera lenses. For us, mobile is very, very important. Likewise, for soldiers, this night vision camera lenses are very important. So even for satellite, also requires a lot of metal mirrors. Those mirrors also can be made using this machine. I think whichever grandparents had gone for cataract operation, those molds can be manufactured using this machine. In turn, with the help of injection molding, with 3 to 4 rupees, you can able to make one contact lens. Here, I would like to highlight to you is each contact lens or intraocular lens, you can make it for 10 rupees. And I think Indians, we are producing about 70% of the world production. Whatever world requirement is there, 70% is going from our country. But the cost what we are selling is somewhere at 30 to 50 rupees. But when it goes to your eye, it is coming to 15,000 rupees. There are so many reasons for it, for certification, quality, all that. And then you can, in this machine, you can also make ultra precision mechanical components. Then even for defense, mainly on head-up display systems, you can make it. Then all high-end cars, BMW or Audi, those automobile light reflector molds you can able to make it. Then even for diverting the laser beams, also these metal mirrors are used. Even solar concentrators, all these applications, you can able to make, all these parts can be manufactured in this machine. But the criticality is developing the products using these components. None of the industries are there in our country. I think if you get into individual system, I mean, if any company who makes this night vision cameras, it has a huge potential. Country like India requires every soldier's one night vision camera. But I think at this point of time, for every 1,000 soldiers, one night vision camera is there, because we cannot able to afford. And out of which 88% of night vision systems are imported from other country. There is a potential for us. And I think even today we could not make any telescopes. Then I think intraocular lenses also, there is a scope, because we are only doing production. See, India has every talent with respect to making a system, but what we are trying to do here is we are not more focusing on design, or we are more not focusing more on as a complete system. We are good at only producing and trying to make a quickly business, and then trying to sell that product and make the money. That will not work as a whole ecosystem. We need to look at what are the technologies are going on across the world. Those technologies, why not we can do within the country. I think now the technology is towards primitive lenses, where every retina, whatever profile your eye has, it is basically unique. I think like how our fingerprints are different, our eye retina profiles are also different. So if you can able to make the same retina profile using this technology, you can able to replicate the same profile, and that lens, if you put on any patient, he can see the beautiful image. Now the trend is towards that. I think there is a huge requirement from I mean, if India can able to take that kind of opportunity, we can able to flourish. But none of the industries are capable to make those primitive lenses. But if collectively, if all discipline engineering people comes together, maybe it is possible to do it. Then of course for head-up display systems, there's a very few it is going on. Otherwise, a lot of the systems are imported from other country. Okay, let me today we are talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, like that. Until unless we really understand where it has to apply and how it has to apply, we cannot see the real value. And of course, in India, whatever the startups are happening related to software, most of them are quickly trying to give some solution and trying to do that service. And but there are no product-based companies who can really work on AI for different. I mean, from to the specific domain is missing. I think this is one application I want to show to them, where AI/ML really helps to the precision industries. And of course, whatever services we do, we basically as we have the machine, and to show the capability what machine can do, we offer some services to strategic sectors. This is what it has been done in that machine, what have been part of development. And then one of the beauty about CMTI is, unlike any academic institutes or research institutes, where most of the time what happens there is you do a product development. Of course, very fascinated prototypes have been developed, but all will not go to the market because of so many reasons. Because academic institutes are good at making prototypes, but they will not be looking at ergonomics and prosthetics, all those. But what a CMTI, our USP is, whatever products we do it, we see that it goes to the field, and even if it fails, let it fail in the field, and we learn from that mistakes. That's what we all our prototypes, whatever I shown here in the first slide, all the 7 prototypes were displayed in international exhibition. We get the feedback from across the world. About 70 countries participate in this exhibition. We get the feedback from them, and if there is an appreciation, we take it. If there is a even sometimes we also got very bad remarks about our products, we still take it. We understand where we need to focus more on the technology. I think out of the 7 products, I think 2 times we got the national award for our innovative product development. And in the nutshell, what I want to convey to all of you is, to develop any product development, you require multidisciplinary team. We don't take it as a pride that only my technology has gone to industry or something like that. For to get any product to the market, and then market acceptability, and then even the industry takes the technology for mass production, you require a very good team. Otherwise, your product, the end product, will not be able to realize it. This is very, very important. This is where I think our Indian industries at the end product cost, whether really that R&D missing in our country. But if a product or if a machine or equipment which has to really make a impactful product across the world, you require a good multidisciplinary team. And of course, whatever products you see which comes to your home or which comes to which you are using, even mobile phone, everything is a multidisciplinary product. A single discipline product will never get into the market at this generation. Of course, I think even if you buy electric I mean refrigerator or even your mixer, grinder, these are all nowadays everything is IoT enabled. Okay, until unless there is something a technology touch upon, you cannot able to really make your product into marketable. Yeah, as sir was telling that I'm working in currently from 2020 onwards, I'm working on Industry 4.0. That is a new technology where across the world people are looking at benefiting with respect to the technology. I think I no need to talk about all this. What is this Industry 4.0? I think there is a lot of technology advancements and changes are happening in academia also. Which area I need to focus? Should I focus on information technology? Should I focus on artificial intelligence? Should I focus on mechanical engineering or civil engineering? I think as I was telling to CMTA, we also take a lot of students and even we teach to faculty. What I understood is engineering is all about curiosity. Until unless you don't have that curiosity in learning, then you cannot really make any impact in the industry. Okay, and all the products whichever company it is working today, most of the technologies are multidisciplinary. It means you cannot differentiate IT or mechanical or electronics, because we are in a different era altogether, where computers are going to take over control and robots are going to get replaced human beings. Then okay, we need to be utmost careful at our learnings, otherwise we cannot be competent enough to get into any industry. Because now I think you would have seen the transformation what is happening with respect to artificial intelligence. Many people are worried about, I mean, the big companies like Google, Microsoft, Meta, all these companies are really working on new areas where they would like to change the complete situations. They're taking advantage. You need to really get into align. Our Indian industries also should get aligned with the technology advancements, otherwise it will be very difficult to catch the global competence. I think what is this Industry 4.0? Industry 4.0 is it an initiative by German government where their industries are struggling to compete with other countries' industries. Even though the Germany is very good with respect to the technologies, but due to this limited human resource, their industries are not progressing the way they are supposed to progress. So the government of Germany had brought a new program called as Industry 4.0. That's why in US they never use Industry 4.0. They call it as digital transformation. Industry 4.0 is not a technology. It is associated with the various technologies. All these technologies have been listed here. And I'm just moving on without spending much time. But India, if you see what our situation in India is, we don't have much companies who are really working on AI, ML related product developments. We are more focused on making solutions with the help of open source technologies, but still that is not enough. We need to really get into some products, otherwise we cannot take the advantage of AI and ML. But I think India is very good with respect to startups community, mainly on supply chain. That is where you would have seen a lot of startups which are flourishing a lot, something like Zomato, Swiggy, Dunjo, Rapido, all this, because there here we are not anything investing on a hardware. We are directly taking the mobile GPS. With that we are trying to build a small software application and trying to build a startups. That is where we are very good. I think very few companies had gone into additive manufacturing. I think this additive manufacturing is going to disrupt the manufacturing itself. I think India has to focus more on developing these machines at affordable cost. I think cloud, we don't have any cloud service providers or OEMs in the country. Maybe integrators are available. I think cybersecurity is one area where India has to really focus on it. Industrial Internet of Things, I think you no need to invest much with respect to the sensors and all, but otherwise the edge devices are going to play an important role. So this area is also very helpful. Then I think due to this horizontal and vertical integration, a lot of the manufacturing companies are setting up in India so that they can monitor their activities sitting in Germany or US. And then augmented and virtual reality, as we are talking about civil and mechanical engineering, this area people have to really take advantage. Because one example what I can tell you for civil engineers is, I think if you have expertise in building and I mean if you are good at architect, I think this architect may be getting projects from Dubai, Mumbai, Bangalore. It is always very difficult to handle all three different projects in three different geographical locations. Then until unless you get accustomed with using this technology, then you can able to manage any number of projects with your expertise. I think civil engineers and even mechanical engineers and maintenance engineers can take full benefit. Even academic institutes where they want to really teach some technology to the mass scale, there's virtual reality and augmented reality plays an very important role. I think there's autonomous mobile robots, which if you go to any warehouses like Amazon, Flipkart or Geo, these people are nowadays, they are not using human beings. If you can able to use the human beings, then you cannot able to deliver the service what they are able to give it. I think one example what I want to give here is, if you want to buy sugar next door of your house, you are paying 38 rupees. The same thing if you buy in Amazon also, you are able to give it at the same 36 rupees, something like that. When you have a service, a beautiful service like that, I think all this is possible due to this autonomous mobile robots. And then big data analytics is also is one area where uh, it is a pitching. But if you see all these technologies are uh, it is connected to all disciplines. This industrial Internet of Things is mostly connected with electronics. And then when it comes to additive manufacturing, mechanical and even electronics, all people will play an important role. Even in other technology, I don't have time much, so I'll be skipping. I think what are the disruptive technologies? As we are thinking about planning, career planning, you should look at which technologies are going to revolutionize. I think this slide, it is somewhere prepared in 2015. You would have seen, you can see here in 2015 itself, they predicted that big data analytics is going to disrupt the disruptive technology. Yes, we are seeing a lot of things in that. And digital supply chain, that is where Indian startups are flourishing a lot. Internet of Things, cloud computing. I think without cloud computing, the academics wouldn't have happened during COVID. Then today we are talking about advanced robotics or collaborative robots, where difficult to reach or any even monotonous task can be done. Then 3D printing. I think drones are going to revolutionize in the coming years, because that is where even today you don't see much applications. What is going to come in the coming years? By 2025, you can expect 30,000 drones will be patrolling US airspace. And by 2029, you can expect computers will be more clever than human beings. By 2035, you can expect a lot of self-driving cars in the market. I think 2029, we are very near. Maybe already you would have seen ChatGPT, even other AI generative tools are already shaping to the industries. I think another thing what I want to tell you is the digital twin. This is also very, very important thing, where today we are talking about AI, ML, and even we are talking about IoT for getting the data, all that. but this mechanical engineers plays a very important role in terms of design and even mathematical modeling, then even simulations, and directly taking the physical data and representing them. And you also identified the faults, and you can, in fact, you can able to find out the faults in the engine in advance, so that there won't be any accidents happen in airplanes. Till date we don't have any technology. Maybe GE, Boeing, such companies are in doing still research on this, but a lot more to be done for normal industries. What is going to come in the future is the day when this industry 4.0 ends, the day you and me get replaced with robots for regular activities. Maybe we can we are talking about industry 4.0, but Japan is talking about society 5.0. If entire industries works autonomously, what we have to do, we have to start thinking about living the way our ancestors lived. That kind of a happy life we need to live. And I think when we talk about industry 4.0, where exactly all these discipline engineers will fit in, when you can see that mechanical engineering somewhere at down, and then all the assets are basically the machines, shop floors, all that the mechanical engineering. On above that you will have electrical engineer, where the sensors, actuators, and CNC or PLC controllers. Above that you will have interfacing modules, mainly the communication people will be taking care. Then you will have the IT layer. In IT layer you will be taking uh, with respect to data collection. Then you will be reporting with a data lake, then make multiple modules, depends on the requirement. Finally you make the reports, and you also apply AML for predictions, like that. Okay, this is in the nutshell what I wanted to tell to the parents and the students community. There is a huge potential in India, especially if you look at product development. When I met Tanishq people wanted very good mechanical engineers to work on their processes, but they are not finding the right resource. That is what they said. Now I think I also met Collins Aerospace recently. They're also looking for a lot of mechanical engineers who could compete in these areas related to industry 4.0, but they are not finding suitable people. Okay, what in the nutshell what I understood overall is engineering, today's engineering, it has become more of noisy with respect to the packages. I had been to SIT Tumkur, where I addressed mechanical engineering students and industry 4.0. Most of the students were low with confidence. They were always comparing with their colleagues that they are getting better packages, and these people are not getting better package. I felt that we maybe due to IT is a very highly scalable, and we can, of course we can also provide the service sitting in India, and provide the service across the world. Similar lines, if other disciplines also India can get into, then all the engineering streams will have similar packages, and we can also contribute a lot to the engineering community. Okay, that's what I wanted to convey.
Yeah, thank you, Narendra. So, just in a brief, now presently we are going into interdisciplinary that, and at the same time, we have to make ourselves as a product development other than focusing on the thing. If you make any particular product, and automatically, as the people have told that once you have succeed in making a particular product in the market, and if you're able to launch that, then the salary or everything is nothing, so you will become a billionaire or something.
Yes, sir.
That is the main thing. So that product based approach is not there in India.
Yes.
So I will insist all the parents or students or the faculty try to go into that particular area, how you can able to make a product, how you can able to make our own product launch in
Yes.
our India. Okay, with this, thank you.
The one point I want to highlight here is basically the students, when they are in engineering, they should not get diverted with respect to this job. And their first 5 years of interest should be how I can contribute to the engineering community. That is very, very important. That first 5 years, they should not worry about salary or any other things. After 5 years, you start thinking about how you are going to contribute with respect to financial things that you can think later. First 5 years has to be learning. Then afterwards, you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
I think all benefits you can get it. I think today most of the industries are coming at third year, even in fifth semester. They are not focusing on their engineering, and they don't have any curiosity in learning in third and fourth year. Actually, in first year, you learn
Sir,
little
there is a
basic.
echo problem, sir. I think. Sorry to disturb you.
Yeah. Sir.
Okay.
1 second, I'll remove.
Okay, sir. Just because another two, three speakers are there. Can you conclude? Yeah.
We can go to the next.
Sir, that mic is not there, sir. Okay. Unmute, please unmute. You have unmuted.
Vasu sir, I think it seems there is an issue.
Yeah. So we will continue with second speaker.
Next speaker, Dr. Tejasvi, can you introduce?
Yes. So
We are
I would like
little
to...
lagging of time, so like again, afternoon panel discussions are there, so we'll stick to the time.
Thank you, Mr. Narendra Reddy. I hope you will join us for the afternoon session. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Padmaja Gokraju. She is the Vice President of Designs and Product Development at Kirby Building Systems and Structures, India Private Limited in Hyderabad. It's unique. She is one of the unique few ladies who's at such a high level in the core industry structures. And today we have invited her to share her experience as well as unique perspectives as to her experience and evolution within the core industry. Madam, over to you.
Yeah, greetings to you all. Thank you, Tejasvi sir, for the introduction. And all the presenters, academicians, and industry experts have talked very well, and they have presented their opportunities in their field. My field is related to steel industry and the two infrastructure sector in India. So I would relate my talk to that. So as we all observed, there is a huge development in last 3 decades in for private steel industry in India. It is developed multifold, and it is recorded as the second largest steel producers in the world in 2022, that we all know. So this is to give an awareness to the students as well as the parents of this institute for them. What is that's going around in our Hyderabad as well as in our state? So many people are not aware that in Hyderabad, Telangana, the steel industry with advanced technology to produce high strength cold rolled steel coils was established in 1972. And later in latest 80s, they started supplying cold formed steel Z sections and high strength steam seamless steel tubes to the entire India. So this is the first private steel industry after Tata's who has developed this advanced technology those days. And till today we talk that this is a new technology of cold form sections. So that's where how we are taking forward of these technologies is one point. And in 1999, the first PEB company, the name of Kirby Building Systems, it started in Hyderabad. And these industries have started with great vision. And today, many industries are evolved, and Hyderabad has become one of as an engineering hub for many national and international steel industries and engineering services, civil and mechanical engineering services. Many consultancies and design officers were started here to give services to these core fields for international organizations. And I would like to share my experience. So I'm very much fortunate to be part of these industries, and got an opportunity to promote these advanced steel products and technology for this international meeting the international standards to the country, sitting at my hometown. So I felt that during those days I was very passionate civil engineer, and till today I feel that I am a new college student. For learning, I'll be always open for learning. And I cracked all the government, state government and central government jobs in irrigation, R&D, R&B, and yeah, all locations, waterworks, everywhere. But I didn't opt to go there because very few girls were there in civil engineering those days, and my parents were very strict to send me out of the city. So I opted to join this steel industry those days, and no regrets for that, because I could learn the internet, the advanced technology, and meeting all the international consultants and industries experts, and got great opportunity to introduce new products to the country. So that's a great achievement, I feel. And uh, also I got opportunity to work with international consultants in planning, design, and execution of many challenging pre-engineered steel buildings across the globe. And one more thing I would like to tell here is I got an opportunity in between to work as a software engineer. So I worked as a software developer for the developing a software for the design of steel transmission line towers. And my expertise there was, those days I worked on Fortran and C and developed a connection design for transmission line towers. There, all my colleagues were like from good institutions with CS background those days, and but they used to look at me for the practical experience. And I got a great opportunity to work on validation and verification of the software, because these softwares are the only tools. So we engineers, core engineers, are uh, are the core assets for these type of analyzing and verifying and validating these softwares, and promoting into market and getting the commercials to the organization. So that helped a lot. So I used to feel very, very important out of all the engineers because of my practical experience. And this practical experience always gives the confidence to the engineers, and you can easily visualize your structure in front of you, and day by day your value will increase as you face more challenges and accept new work. And a lot of innovation is possible in steel industry. So when I joined, so the training what they gave in my initial days, like starting at that time there was no computers. So I used to write letters to all customers to make them aware of our product. So first I should learn about the product. So learning about the product is very, very important for the new joiners. And describing the product and what is the material that is gone into it, and what is the grade of steel that is used, and what are its specific qualities, and for what are the applications of the product. All these we should have that engineer should have a confidence. It develops a confidence by knowing the product. And even being into the industry, I got an opportunity to see my product getting produced there. And to produce the product, what is the tool, how the tool has to be designed to get the required shape of the product is very, very important. And that's a great learning. So everybody will not get that chance. So if you opt for that, you get a chance, right? So that induces a lot of confidence in you to develop in your career. So as many people told in the initial for these core subjects, the initial days are very, very important, and you should not look for any packages for that. And it is a learning period. You should be like uh, our first standard to 10th standard. Do you expect any salary, remuneration or anything for that? No, that is your learning period, right? So the same way, you should develop your foundation, and you should focus on the core subject, and the student should keep in mind that. That's my suggestion to the students. And here I would like to share one more experience. Recently, I got an opportunity to share my experiences and suggestions in the Technology Vision 2047. And I got a chance to, as an industry expert, I was invited to be a part of Technology Vision 2047, organized by DST, Department of Science and Technology, and TIFAC. And it is organized in IIT Hyderabad, and that's how I could attend there. And there I have given my suggestions. And here what I want to, in a combination to the institutions, I gave suggestions to the institutions that we are all telling about the demand for civil or mechanical engineers in the market now. And we are telling them they should come and do that, do this, do that, and all. But are we thinking in their perspective? Why they're not showing interest? So what I observed is, any student comes for interview, their scorecard shows a CGPA of 8.59 or so. But when I ask them a simple question to draw a Benjamin diagram of a portal frame or Euler's formula, they miss it. They get confused. They feel that is the formula to be by hearted and tell. And they forget about that. So it should not be like that. So good institutions, what I thought is, we are not thinking in that perspective. Like we learned looking at the observing the structures, what's the behavior of the structure, and by studying the textbooks or good material, studying the books, we understood the concepts. And any formula is given by for the bending or anything, we probe into that and understand how the behavior, and that's how we got the concepts. But expecting the same from the present generation students, is it okay? No, because they are born with mobiles and laptops in their hand. They don't understand, they don't read, very, very rarely, they don't read the books at all. When I ask some of the students from premier institutions, they don't know what the textbook is. So then we should change ourselves to go into their line. That's what I felt. Because we should change the media of teaching. Yes, many of us already started teaching them using PPTs. But PPTs is nothing but handwritten thing is converted to a digital. That's not the thing. More of experimental study is required. More of experimental study is required. And for the course like civil and mechanical, the main when they come to design, so the main objective of them is to start with the design. They should understand the codes. So codes understanding, they feel it very difficult. Very difficult. Even many of our professionals don't understand the code clauses. So what to do for that? So what I suggested in this TV 2047 is to take up each clause from the code and convert it to an experimental study, because the code clauses are given to us by a small sector of senior professionals. In their opinion, not. So we have to, that inclusiveness concept has to be imbibed. So we should involve or include students' work into the codal. So in this concept, what I understood is when they start doing an experimental study of particular clause, recently 1893 draft code has released. Many senior people are breaking their heads to understand that. So a lot of difficulties are there in making it into application, and lot of code deviations are happening. So what I suggested is take a clause, make them split it into project works of BTech and MTech. And while doing it, while setting up an experiment, the civil engineer require the help of mechanical. And now it's a world of technology, developing technology, automation and technology. So for that, they require the help of programmers from CS. Why can't they made as a group? So together they can do wonders. This it can evolve lot of entrepreneur ideas to all the three groups, and they never feel they are separated from CS. These core people will not a blend of core technical knowledge with the technology application is the present demand. That's what I felt and suggested. So many all these premier institutions should take forward this, and this will definitely upgrade our codes periodically, and that will help to give a not to deviate the codes, and engineers will definitely understand the codes, and they don't feel difficult to understand, and they will definitely show a more interest to join this core branches. That's what I felt. And definitely, as other presenters told, yes, first 10 years they should not expect big salaries. Definitely these things, it will be a learning period, because all the experts in these areas will spend a lot of their time in teaching them on job training. Even in our organization, where initially we take MTechs from good institutions to take up a PGET post. So where they offer around 3.5 to 4 lakhs, and after completion of 1 year, they'll be given around 6 to 7 lakhs based on their performance and understanding and returns. And from 3 to 5 years experience, they can jump up to 10 lakhs based on their performance. And above that, once they're hotcakes in the market. And also being in the construction industry, people in the construction industry has also developed very much, and it's a time for all tall structures and the designing of tall structures. So a lot of study is required on composite materials and developing codes for that, and practically for execution of these projects, uh, technology on drones, development of drones is a big demand, because all tall structures, no manpower can climb to the heights, and also everybody are depending on these drones to paint the tall structures or maintenance of the tall structures, and even the steel structures, bolt threads, and working on sensors is a great subject for a combination of civil and mechanical. And these are the main many entrepreneur topics for young civil and mechanic passionate. So as some of us previous speakers told, that passion is the first and foremost thing for an engineer, and uh, big qualifications are not required, because people with diploma study also, who worked under my, as interns in my guidance, they are at very great posts across the globe. And in our organization, lot of innovation is done, and a separate business verticals are developed with my new product development, like industrial racking system. It has developed like another one PEB in Kirby. So under my guidance and my study, it's done. So there is a huge scope for innovation and development in steel industry, and students should take the advantage of this, and you opt for that core subjects, and definitely you'll have a sustainable growth career. And as a passionate structural engineers and responsible civil citizens, we come forward, being so busy, we come forward to spend our extra time in giving the awareness of these industries to you all. So as a responsible parents, they should come understand the situation and give a good career to your children, because as Dr. Satish told, that the career growth is not purely by monetary benefits. It also covers that their long time job as well as health. Health is a major important thing for all of us. So that's how it should be taken forward. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, madam, for presenting the development in the history of the steel industry, as well as you're sharing your passion for civil engineering, and hopefully you'll inspire several more girls in the core industries. Thank you so much for that. Over to the next speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Tadisya sir. Now I take this opportunity to invite especially one more industrial experts, and think he is from the L&T. His name is actually Rajneesh Chauhan. Now he is working as a project manager at a Sitamasagara lift irrigation multi-purpose project, especially that is in Telangana region only. He had a vast experience, more than 25 years experience in the especially civil engineering profession. So I think he can definitely give a better input to the especially students. So please, sir, continue, sir.
Sir, good afternoon to all. My PPT is visible, sir?
Yes, sir, visible, sir, visible.
Okay. My name is Rajneesh Chauhan. I'm working in L&T. I did my diploma and after that post-graduation from BITS Pilani. So I have 24 years of experience in this construction industry. I worked in many of the infrastructure projects like nuclear power, hydropower, irrigation sectors, tunnels, and all that, and some part in buildings also. Presently, I am working in irrigation, one project, Sitama Sagar in Telangana, which is a prestigious project of government of Telangana. So many of the all presenters have told all the important things. So I will not speak much. I will just give the motivational tips that who are the students or parents, so that they should get motivated towards the civil engineering branch, because this is the core and basic branch of the engineering. Because the best creator next to God is the civil engineers only. God has created to all of us, and we have created the world. So that is my thinking. And being a civil engineer, I am very much proud on me that I am the part of the nation builder, and I am working in prestigious company of L&T. I'll go over the next of the slide. So there are no limits of what is possible as per me. Civil engineers live with this motto. The world has changed from living into chaos to now we are living in concrete, skyscrapers, bridges, airports, roads, highways, everything we have constructed. So what is that? Only the few can achieve these heights. And if you are a civil engineer, you can be few among all, because civil engineer has made the unthinkable into the reality. Other people can only think, but we have converted that into the reality. So you can see the many structures, transportation, infrastructure development is done by the civil engineers. So whatever progress we are doing now, this is only the branch of engineering, you can say, where with whatever progress you are doing daily, it is visible. It is visible, and even after many years also you go, you can proudly say, yes, I have constructed this project. So this is what I feel. So see, these are the some of the very important projects I have listed. This just want to motivate the students or parents towards civil engineering. You see, when we go for seeing a cricket match, you will come to know it's a motorized stadium, which is the largest stadium in the world. It is constructed in India. It is constructed by L&T also. Now you see the Bandra Worli ceiling. It is India's largest cable stayed bridge. So now Mumbai Pune Express, which was the India's first expressway, now we have 4,700 kilometers of expressways in India.
Now the Statue of Unity, this is the world tallest statue which is available in India. So this is constructed by L&T, and also it is in India, means India is, we are having the proud on that. So now this World One Travel, which is the tallest building in India, is close to, I think, 440 meter. So these are the some of the important infrastructure what is there in India that I have listed out, and we must know it will inspire all the students to take the civil engineering branch, because those who were the part of this structure, anywhere, even up to their retirement, they can go and tell, yes, I was the part of this stadium, I was the part of the Bandra Worli ceiling or Statue of Unity, like that. So these are the other cores which we are constructing, and everywhere civil engineer is the must. Anyway, other branches are also required, like nuclear power plant, these thermal power plants, hydropower plants, tunnels. These are the sectors where all type of engineers are required. But core is a construction. First you have to construct, then the other engineers can come and do their jobs, and we can commission the nuclear power plants. And hydropower plants is also like that. All type of engineering is to be clubbed, but the core is a civil engineering. That is the thing. So these are the upcoming new, these are the major infrastructure which projects now, which is going on in India. So I have just listed out to motivate the student to take the civil engineering branch. One is this regional ring road. You may be aware, in Hyderabad it is coming, is close to 340 kilometer, which is a proposed one. It will give a good development and boost to the infrastructure for the Hyderabad and Telangana. This Thane Borivali tunnel they are making in Mumbai. It's very big tunnel, and they are doing close to 15,000 crore job. Then Mumbai transferable link is already commissioned. Mostly in October it will be connected to the from one part of Mumbai to other part. You can go within minutes. Means every close to 1 hour, 1.5 hour travel time is saved. Zojila tunnel is getting connected in Srinagar to this Leh. It will be all weather tunnel, because in winter time this area is closed. So with this tunnel we can construct that. Is mega infrastructure is constructing this high speed rail. You may be knowing India is constructing high speed rail between Mumbai to Ahmedabad. Is one of the biggest infrastructure development is going on in India. Its estimate was close to 1.5 lakh crore. Now it is crossing to 2 lakh crore also. And L&T is doing a major part of this high speed rail is also. Mumbai Coastal Road is also one of the major infrastructure going on in Mumbai. Because the travel congestion time will be saved. So these are the good infrastructure project which is going on in India, which will get inspired all the civil engineer to go and visit there. Even if you are not a part of that, you can visit and learn many things, because all new technologies are getting used in high speed rail. If you see all the new technologies, because there the funding is by Japanese. So Japanese, how much in technology they are ahead with all of us. Even they are beyond the Chinas. So their technology is coming in India, and now we are constructing high speed rail with that technology. It's all new technologies coming. And tunnels, you can see it's all tunnel boring machines are there. That old fashioned drilling and blasting is very less nowadays. Everywhere tunnel boring machines are in India. If you see, close to 70 to 80 tunnel boring machines are working nowadays everywhere. So these are the fact of the Indian infrastructure sector, where the civil engineers are very much required. If you see, India is among the top development countries in the world. That everyone we have to admire. That is close to 10 lakh crore is allocated in this budget by the financial year. It's close to 3 times of last 3 years. So every year it is close to 8%, 10% infrastructure growth is happening in India, and still demand is increasing 3 to 4% every year. CAGR. Cement demand is increasing 6 to 7%. Construction worker is increasing close to 5% every year. Means approximately 5%, 5 crore construction workers are working in India. Still the demand is very high. Day by day it is increasing. The demand of qualified civil engineer will never decrease. That is one of the known fact, because the need of the infrastructure development, building constructions, other important structure like bridges, metros, buildings, it is continue to grow. It is not going to come down in any of the time. That is for sure. See, post graduation of the civil engineer, it comes in our mind what I will do, whether I have to do the higher studies or professional career like that. So there are many other things. So if you see civil engineer means it involves in planning, designing stage, construction, managing, operating. There are many fields after civil engineer. What you have to do as a career selection, it's up to you. After a graduation, if you want to learn or if you want to earn, it is up to you. Your own choice or someone else governs you. Fund availability, economic conditions, social prestige. There are many things which will govern whether you want to do for higher study or professional career. So let us only two options I see. One is either you can go in higher studies and or you can make the professional career as a civil engineer. So higher studies, if you see, is 11 to 15% people every time after graduation. If you see 2022, close to 50,000 civil engineer has come out. So in that, if you see 10 to 15% means close to 6,000, 7,000 people are going for higher studies. Balance are coming into the industry as a professional career only. So we can see in both the options what are the fields are open to you, because it's not closed. If you want to do higher study, only one or two options is there. No, we have lot of avenues. Anywhere where you are having the interest, you can make your career and you can start earning in that sector. We'll just see one by one. If you see higher studies, see after civil engineering graduation, there are many specializations you can do. One is coastal, geotechnical, fire protection, structural, then bridge engineering, irrigation, land development. Many places you can do the MTech or MS degree or PhD also you can go, because everywhere the requirement is different, because each field is a vast. If you want to take a highway engineering, you will go into the highway field. Highway field is a very vast, because if somebody is in the environment field, even both are a civil engineer, he cannot enter into the highway because he is having a specialization for that. So that is, you can go in any of the MTech or MS structures. You can study 2 3 years further, and then you can come into the any company as a postgraduate trainee or someone directly you can join. There is one more option as a abroad option. You can go with GRE and join any international university. This is also has become very popular nowadays. Many people are joining after graduation. They are joining international university, and after that joining the same country in some other construction company. So they're also getting highly good payments. You can go into the research fields or PhDs like Nuclear Power Corporation, BRC, ISRO, DRDO, everywhere civil engineer required. So you can plan in your field in that also after that. Nowadays, one huge demand has started in construction industry in our company L&T also, like this construction management courses, like your Nickmark and the Symbiosis and all. No, they are doing a lot of courses for the construction management, construction material, and your inventory management, procurements, all that. So any of the course you can go and you can enter into that specialization field also. This is also one of the good choice for higher studies. So after 4 years of graduation, another 2 years or 3 year you do some other course, you will have a very good value in the market and you will be specialized in that field. Next, if you go as a professional career, okay, if you decide after graduation, no, I want to do job, maybe because we don't have that much funding, or we don't want to study, or with great difficulty we study, now I don't want to go. There are many companies in India. These are the some top 20 companies I have listed out, who are the in the private sector, who are working as L&T is there, Adani, Tata, Shapurji, whatever major infrastructure is going on in India, 80% is done by these companies only. These are the private sector jobs. In this, you can go by on-campus recruitment, off-campus recruitment. There will be lot of walk-in drives. Then job vacancies will come into company portal. Job requirement coming notice in social medias. Anywhere you can join. And there is some other place like public sectors and this government sector. So public sector also there will be requirements will be coming. NTPC, NHPC, NPCIL, SAIL, BHEL, all that you can join after graduation, because after graduation lot of places the demands are there for engineers, and everywhere the nowadays engineers are required. We are starving like anything. I am working in L&T. I am in this project I have 150 engineers, but still every time I feel 20 25 engineers still I require. And the good potential engineer who are having the good IQ and who want to work at field or planning or having some specialization, those people are in very much demand nowadays. You should not think ki other branches they are highly paid, we are not highly paid. No, it is not like that. Civil engineer are also highly at good pay scale we are getting, and we are not getting, even after paying in the market, we are not getting the good engineers. This is the fact nowadays. Because I am in L&T, we L&T is also starving for the engineers. Every week, every 15 days, we are conducting walk-in drive, but still we are not getting the good engineers. This is the fact in the market. So civil engineers are having in good demand. He cannot be a jobless anytime. If you want to work in any of the city, any of the projects, you have the opportunities, according to me. So if suppose you go into the in any of the projects, so it is there are many projects. Suppose you are coming in any construction project of the dam. So what you will do? There are many ways. One is either you can go at site as a site engineer. Second, you can be a billing engineer. You can be a planning engineer. You can be a costing engineer. You can be a contract manager, contract engineer. Tendering you can do, quality department you can enter, safety department you can enter, quantity surveyor. So after that also there are many ways to enter into the any field. So it's not like that. Don't think in a mind that I am civil engineer, I have to be at site only 10 hours in the sun, I am standing and I will do the job. So software is a better, I will sit in front of laptop. No. Even after that, at site engineer is only one part. After that also there are many locations you can work into the construction projects. So this is one of the thing. So according to me, this is the thing. Everyone has told most of the things, so I will not repeat it again. So according to me, sky is the limit for the civil engineers. So in modern time, there is only one question faced by civil engineer, that is how to improve upon it. Every time we have to improve upon it, and curiosity, it is the main things we have to be in that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ramna sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think Chauhan sir, really, it is a very good. Real, I think now that is again I'm telling the same thing. Now students' choice and parents' choice. Students are very clear what they have to do, but I think due to social comparison and peer pressure, so sometimes I think we parents are actually forcing to the students. Now I think it may give a good insight to the both parents and students. So thank you very much, sir. This webinar is definitely helpful to the many young aspirants of the core engineering people. So thank you very much. I think now I will handing over to the Professor Srikanth, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ramana sir. Now I invite Dr. 1 minute, sir. Yeah, now I invite Sri Santosh Neelakant garu from. He's the AGM in Enercon Industries. So my idea to invite you, sir, is because we are talking about HAL, core engineering, defense. We talk about civil engineering. So, but for any mechanical engineer, the core of CAD and other flavor is also needed. So I think your expertise is also very useful here. So I invite you now to just present it. I think your slide is already visible.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everybody, the esteemed academicians and the industry experts. So basically, I would be introducing to the world of opportunities in renewable, especially related to wind industry. So my name is Santosh Asuti. I've been with the wind industry from last 18 years and only in the wind blade industry. So coming back to the industry, what we in wind industry look at. So basically, this is an opportunity for both mechanical as well as civil engineers. So basically, we need a guy who has an expertise in with a master's degree and who knows some programming like Python. Python is one of the most preferred programming languages, what we look at. Structural simulation softwares and other depending on the department or the group where you work in. Okay. So now we have a common notion that salary is of a concern for mechanical and civil engineers. So I don't think so because right now the industry has matured enough, and we as mechanical engineers as well as civil engineers, have a very good salary bands in comparison to the IT industry. And also what one bonus what we get is the stress-free life what we get along with these salaries and high salaries compared to this one earlier mechanical engineers. So we see a lot of IT guys working overnight. I don't think it's a necessary for an mechanical engineer until something field issue happens and you need to be on continuous support. So coming back to wind industry, and I think I hope you are able to see my screen.
Yeah, we can see the screen, sir. Yeah.
So basically, wind industry is divided into two. One is the onshore and offshore. The only thing difference is the on the sea or near to sea we install these turbines because there are less what you call restrictions or intrusions, and the wind is freely available. There you go about from up to 15 megawatt, and onshore is right now people are approaching around 5 to 6 megawatt per turbine. Okay. So coming back to this one, I will just go through the different disciplines which might interest our guys. So basically, towers. Towers are steel structures. Earlier we had lattice and three-legged, but now there is foundation also, which is very important. So these are the places where our mechanical engineers as well as civil engineers can work. Foundation is purely a civil engineer guy. Okay. So that is something he has to contribute a lot on that one because different soil conditions and all has to be taken into account. Okay. And tower steel structures and internals, because all these tower steel structures are hollow and they have a lift to take the service people up to the nacelle. Okay. So there's these are the major things on towers where we get it. Now I get into more into rotor blades because that's my field of expertise. Okay. So this is where you need a lot of structural engineer guys with exposure to composite materials, fracture mechanics, and Python. And along with that, knowledge on materials is something we look at, this kind of expertise. This kind of expertise is not readily available. Either we pick it from the trainees, or we pick it up ones who have people from experience from aerospace industries or blade industries. Because to be very precise, the blade or the wind industry in India started sometime in 2007. Suzlon was already there, but the first MNC to come up with set up an R&D center was in 2007. Then it's one more in Chennai, Investors in Chennai started. Then others also came into picture, and now Bangalore is the hub for all the wind turbine activities, from rotor blades, towers, okay, nacelle, okay, generators, everything, even manufacturing. So, since India is evolving as a best manufacturing or best cost manufacturing site, so a lot of companies abroad, they do their designs outside and get it manufactured in India and get it exported. So manufacturing also has a very important role, and people can get into production, quality, everything. Okay. So blades is one on structural design as well as aerodynamics, okay, material testing and validation. Because right now in India, up to 90 meters of blade is being manufactured. And how to transport them, handling them is one of the major things which will be coming in the upcoming future, because they will have certain restrictions. So logistic peoples, equipment engineers, all have a great role to play in that one. So you can have see nacelle development. Most of the nacelles for almost 60% worldwide is manufactured in India and exported. Generators are also being manufactured and exported. Okay, so now design centers for generators also from the OEM, let's say, that is the original equipment manufacturers, are also being set up. Okay, So compared to that, again, you have these loads and sensors. These are load calculations which are coming onto the components, as well as the turbine is something. You have these. We need engineers for civil as well as mechanical engineers. Then the site assessment or for the civil engineers, and wind farm engineering. This is where how the turbines are situated, or how to place them efficiently so that we utilize it efficiently. That is what we look at. Okay. So, and installation engineers are one also coming slowly, where people are looking at installation engineers from India, because there is a dearth of expertise in this one. Very less people you find on this one. Okay. Then along with that is procurement and quality and inspections, productions. So looking at this all over a period of time, what I have observed is, at least in the wind industry, the expertise has grown exponentially, but there is still we need a lot of structural engineers as well as other load aerodynamics engineers to counter it. Okay, there is a huge requirement in the market in this regard. Coming to one point where we always look around salary. Salary is not a constraint for the right candidate if he has the right skill sets. And nowadays, we at least a couple of my friends and me, what we feel is that we are not getting the suitable candidates for any position. If it is just 2 to 3 years experience, I'm looking at around 40 to 50 CVs. This is where we get lost. The quality of engineers is something we should have a good ones with great knowledge. And in mechanical, I don't think you require a very this one. Your strength of materials and all. If you have a very mechanics of machines, if you know it, I think this should be more than enough to tackle the future problems once you encounter. So in view of the time, I would like to conclude on this one, and I thank the organizers and Vijay Sharma, my colleague, for inviting me on this to this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh sir. Very useful information, and sorry for the delay also. Little delay because it was a little dragged. Okay. Thank you very much. So I will contact you back, for other things.
Yes.
Thank you very much to you, and also Vijay also. Now with this, I think this is a last presentation. Other presenter, he is not available. So we'll conclude this, speeches sessions up to here. But we have a panel discussion today because it is already around 2. So we'll be starting from 3 p.m. So I request all the speakers also, if you are available, you please be available there, so that we can have a discussion with the students, as well as in the end, so all the panelists can sit together and we can make a summary points, and we can look for the future action. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll meet at 3 p.m. Okay, I request all the participants to join at 3 p.m. On the same link. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.